Chapter 10 of Wonderful London. Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. London Society in a Flat. My flat is simply and emphatically a third floor, up 3 flights of stone steps, and situated in Brothers Buildings. 4 years ago we were looking out for a house. Owing to circumstances over which we had not the slightest control, it was necessary that we should have a cheap house or none at all. We wandered north, south, east and west. We climbed the staircases of semi-demi-genteel villas in the suburbs. We sniffed over drains. We rusted ourselves against kitchen ranges. We muddied our feet in back gardens, but all to no purpose. The rent was all very well, but the taxes and the poor rate and the water rate we could not get over at any rate, so we were regularly floored in more senses than one. At last an acquaintance of bohemian experiences suggested chambers in Brothers Buildings. "Look you," said he, "you have all the conveniences of a house, without the responsibilities of being a householder." I eagerly caught at the idea. I am Scotch, and I remembered, distance lending enchantment to the view, those beautiful floors in the new town of Edinburgh. My good gentleman, Betty always calls him my good gentleman, was thankful for any suggestion, and left all to me, as he generally does. So we came, we saw, we conquered. That is to say, we took possession of what our landlord, a tailor, called a commodious suite of chambers. Oh, what a charming place it seemed! What an oasis in the desert of our vain wanderings! So large and roomy, and yet so snug and comfortable. How could we have lived so long in London, in poky, smoky, musty, fusty little houses, when there were beautiful spacious chambers to be had for far less money? Fancy, a complete house on one floor, a large sitting room with ever so many windows in it, a smaller one with not quite so many, a good-sized bedroom for ourselves, opening into another nearly as large for the boys, a snug little hole for Betty, our maid of all work, a cosy kitchen with a scullery and a coal cupboard, and water laid on and what not. Such a convenient china closet, too, with drawers and shelves and hooks for jugs and cups, and eyes to throw a light in from the passage. In short, everything that the heart of housekeeping woman could desire. My tradespeople came upstairs for orders as composedly as they would have gone down the area steps anywhere else, and I had such a nice respectful sweep, sending me a circular once a quarter, thanking me, as well as the other nobility and gentry of the neighbourhood, for my patronage, reminding me of his address, which is in a certain court, nearly opposite the lamp-post, relieving my mind by assuring me that he has no connection with round the corner, and darkly warning me in a postscript to beware of the opposition. In fact, everything combined to make me feel myself, although living on the 3rd floor, nevertheless a dignified householder. We were high up, to be sure, but then it was airy, and of course as we were at the very top of the house, we couldn't be interfered with by anybody. Altogether, our domiciliary arrangements really seemed perfect. We were thoroughly enchanted with our flat. We raved about it in conversation. We wrote letters about it by the ream. To be sure, some of our friends, the genteel ones, sneered at our attic, as they called it, could not come to see us because the stairs took away their breath, could not send their servants with messages because of the ignominy of the 3rd floor. In fact, these acquaintances behaved in a most unreasonable manner, and looked down upon us because we were so high up. This, however, we bore philosophically, for we had still some friends who came as cheerfully to our attic as if it had been a cottage ornée, and we lived in elegant retirement. For a whole year that flat was a domestic bower of bliss. Some people fancy that you can't be happy in chambers because you can't make them homelike. The uncommercial traveller told us that, quote, chambers never were young or childish, never had dolls in them, nor christenings, nor rocking horses, nor little coffins, end quote, and utterly repudiates the idea of Robinson Crusoe ever having been seen in any set. If you don't mind coming up 3 pairs of stairs, any Mr. Traveller, I shall be most happy to show you not only Robinson Crusoe, originally bound in green and gold, but now of nondescript boards, and with its leaves in the last stage of attrition, but a full-sized rocking horse, 3 dolls, 2 of them headless, and a baby. Yes, a baby, and not a heathen baby by any means, for he was duly christened in church, and had 3 names given him by 2 godfathers and a godmother, who will, no doubt, be relieved to hear, considering the obligations they took upon themselves at St. Martin's in the Fields, that their godson, being 3 years of age, has so mastered his catechism as to be able, when interrogated in the regular form as to his name, to answer that it is Benjamin, and that it was given him by his godfathers and godmothers, who never come to see him, and have never yet given him a silver mug, as it is their bounden duty to do. At the end of the year, the floor below us, hitherto unoccupied, was let to a barrister. The prospect of having, as a near neighbour, one whose profession was in some respects a guarantee for respectability, tended to intensify our joy. Perhaps we should get intimate and visit each other. How delightful to go downstairs to the barrister's to supper. How delightful it would be to ask the barrister to pigeon pie and punch in return. And then, possibly, he might discern in our Jack an aptitude for the law, and take him into his office. When we came to see the barrister, our preconceptions were sustained to the utmost. He was evidently a gentleman. He bowed to me most politely when he met me on the stairs, and Jack reported to us that he had patted him, Jack, on the head, and expressed a hope that he, Jack, was a good boy. We had come to be on such good terms with the barrister, from these stair civilities, that I was upon the point of sending Jack down with my good gentleman's compliments, and would he favour us with his company to supper, when Betty brought me a note, of which the following is a copy. Madam, I can have no right to demand why a gentleman should settle with his wife and children in chambers which are generally considered suitable only for bachelors, but I have certainly considerable cause for complaint when that gentleman's children are allowed to make acrobatic performances over my head at 6 o'clock in the morning, and so on and so on. Here was a pretty business. The large room in which our 3 boys slept was, no doubt, just over that occupied by this luckless bachelor. Their jumping over his head I could fully credit. Jack, about this time, had learned the art of standing on his head, a performance which, as Ben and Harry usually applauded him loudly with their heels, must have had, to say the least of it, rather a startling effect. A certain war dance of their own invention, which was always entered into with the greatest spirit by all 3, Jack accompanying on a comb, was also a favourite performance. This, I fear, was not very soothing either, so I dare say the poor man really was to be pitied. However, I was not going to be out-generalled, for although bumpings and jumpings over the head of a sleepy bachelor at an early hour must be, to some extent, aggravating, still I fully and conscientiously believe that pianoforte music of a wailing, discordant and uncertain character, under the head of a drowsy matron of musical prepossessions, is quite as exasperating, if not more so. And if you only knew how that bachelor used to drone out Rousseau's Dream towards the small hours, how he made of Giorno d'Orrore a perfect nightmare of horror to poor luckless me, how he groaned away at Dulce Domum, and his lodging was on the cold ground, until I wished his home was anywhere, and his lodging on any ground rather than the second floor. I say, if you had known and experienced all this, you would pity me and believe me fully justified in sending him the following reply. Sir, I regret to hear that my boys have annoyed you by jumping over your head at so early an hour, and I beg to say that, as I wish to be neighbourly, I will endeavour to prevent their doing so in future. I cannot help thinking, however, that people living under the same roof ought to exercise a little mutual forbearance. I, on my part, have borne uncomplainingly certain musical performances under my head, performances which have begun generally at midnight, and seldom lasted for less than 3 or 4 hours. In fact, what in Scotland we should call a perfect spate of music. Now, I put it to you as a gentleman, do you not think, as we on our part have to put up with the music at night, that you on yours might bear with the dancing in the morning? And so on and so on. From that time, during 6 months, we corresponded regularly on the subject of our mutual grievances, I merely taking the defensive by pleading the music when he attacked the dancing. But although the correspondence was pretty brisk, and at times even sharp, his letters were always gentlemanlike, and mine, I trust, never those unworthy of a lady. At the end of the 6 months, whether the ideas of matrimonial felicity, suggested by the bumpings and jumpings over his head, were too strong to be resisted, whether his laundress didn't properly attend to his buttons and socks, she was of the Mrs. Krupp order, and most likely didn't, or whether his solitary music made him melancholy, I can't say. All I know is, at the end of that time, he married. How delighted we were when we saw his belongings being carried down the 2 pairs of stairs. How we exulted when we beheld the piano, that instrument of torture, borne away finally by 2 men into a van. If we had known what was coming, instead of exulting as the cortege moved away, we should have followed it, weeping and dressed in mourning garments. At the end of 3 weeks, the landlord told us the commodious suit, they were all commodious suits, was again let, and this time to a hartist. A hartist. Well, there was comfort in that. The hartist most likely would not prove musical, and as by this time 2 of our boys had gone away to school, there would, we trusted, be no ground for grievances. At first, our only cause of annoyance consisted in the fact that our neighbour consumed more than his due proportion of the water supplied to both floors, he having the custody of the cistern, a circumstance which I thought might be owing to his being an artist in watercolours. After a time, when our domestic supply became less and less, not even this witticism could console us. Then we began to experience some trouble at the hand of his laundress and his models. In justice to the laundress, let me record my firm conviction that she was perfectly guiltless of anything connected with the undue consumption of water. To look at her face was to forget that there ever had been such a fluid within the memory of man. There were 2 models, one dark, swarthy, and regardless of her parts of speech, whom we used to call the Billingsgate one, the other pale, meek, and faltering, who was known to us as the milk and water specimen. It appeared the artist frequently made appointments with these ladies, which he forgot to keep. Perhaps the Queen was accustomed to send for him suddenly to immortalise on canvas some member of the royal family, and himself in consequence, and his laundress at those times, had always business appointments round the corner, which she could not possibly postpone. At least, that is my only way of accounting for the models having to ring our bell so constantly to inquire whether Mr. Van Daub left any message. "Which is a shame to bring me all such a long ways for nothing," says Billingsgate, "but he shall pay the piper. Why, this very morning I might have been the Queen of Sheba at 2 bob an hour, instead of tramping 3 mile, beside a twopenny bus, to be a Spanish beauty with a gaiter in my hand, at 18 pence. Milk and water meekly begs pardon, but Mr. Van Dorp have gone out, and have not kept his appointment." And might she take the liberty of asking for a drop of water, for she have walked a long distance and feels dry. Poor Milk and Water. She had a complexion like a boiled fowl without the parsley and butter, pale blue eyes, flaxen hair, a slight figure, and a general air of having been kept in a damp place, reminding one, as to her tout ensemble, of the heroines in the old-fashioned illustrations who were always being carried off in limp garments by ferocious villains of uncompromising aspect. Poor thing! To see her, on a summer's afternoon, sitting down dejectedly on a step, and every now and then looking up reproachfully at the flies, after they had been making darts at her nose, would have moved a heart of stone. Of course I was sorry for the poor women, but it was too bad that, because Mr. Van Dorp often forgot his appointments, and his laundress always remembered hers round the corner, we should have to answer all the questions. And indeed Betty didn't at all like it. Besides all this, the artist had a habit of tumbling upstairs at untimely hours. This occurred so frequently that one would have supposed the knobby parts of his countenance must have been seriously discomposed by the friction. I am not, however, in a condition to prove that on these occasions he ever did anything more than bark his shins, for although we lived under the same roof for 12 months, I never once beheld that artist's countenance. True, I have looked down on the top of his hat. Once I even saw his heels. His boots had evidently been just fresh soled. Perhaps that made him slip in going downstairs. I have seen his loaves coming in, clutched tightly in the grasp of his laundress. I have gazed upon his beer, frothing up the staircase in a pewter pot. I have contemplated his butter, in the winter hard and stern, and again melting in the summer's sun. I have looked at his morning rashers until I have felt quite bilious and low in my spirits, and inclined to exclaim, "All flesh is bacon." To sum up, in the language of the poet, whose shade will, I hope, forgive me, many a loaf, many a pot of beer, many a rasher, many a pat of 14-penny Dorset have I seen, but himself never. But I heard him often enough. He did not write polite notes of remonstrance like the barrister, but when Jack and Ben were practising a la Leotard, would rush out at his door and shout up the stairs, "Keep those children quiet there," in a voice and manner which certainly did not suggest that the diligent study of the art had had any effect in softening Mr. Van Dorp's manners, or in preventing them from becoming brutal. At the end of the year, there was great rejoicing in our flat when Betty announced that Mr. Van Dorp was moving. When a later bulletin announced that he had moved, Jack and Harry signalized the joyful occasion by giving 3 cheers on the stairs. Since that time, the chambers have been occupied by a company, established for the relief of somebody or other, whether Turks or Hottentots I'm not quite sure. Now I think of it, they can't be Hottentots, for I know that flannel petticoats have a good deal to do with it, and I fancy Hottentots don't wear them. The company, except on board days when they have Sir Somebody Something and the Right Honourable the Earl of Something Else, beside a bishop and 2 half-pay officers, to sit in solemn conclave, consists of a secretary, a sharp boy, and a laundress. When they first came they were so quiet that we began to think we were going to have a little peace, as in the first year of our flat experiences, and even if we did take in a flannel petticoat or 2 when the secretary and laundress were unavoidably absent, and the sharp boy had gone out, to be back in 10 minutes, we thought, in the course of charity, we did not so much mind it. But, oh dear, dear, the secretary and the laundress are hardly ever there nowadays, and the sharp boy's arithmetic has become so incorrect that his 10 minutes often exceed 2 hours and a half. Betty, in the meantime, takes in all the messages and parcels. Sometimes I have even to answer the door myself. It is really too much of a good thing. Why, this very morning, since I began to write, there have been no fewer than 12 bundles and a bandbox. What the bandbox can possibly contain which is capable of relieving anybody, whether Turk or Hottentot, I should think not even the King of the Cannibal Islands could find consolation in a bandbox. I can't imagine. Betty suggests that it may be a straw rat, and as I am too dejected to think of anything else, I have adopted her notion. To crown all, Betty has just given warning. She has been a good and faithful servant, but the flannel petticoats have been too many for her, and as she says herself, she can't stop to be made a parcel delivery of no longer. Oh, can any of my readers tell me of a cottage about £30 a year? I don't care whether the neighbourhood be genteel or not, even if there should be a mangle next door, a cat's meat man over the way, a skittle ground at the back, and the private residence of a garrotter round the corner. Anything to get away from this abominable flat. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Of Wonderful London, its lights and shadows of humour and sadness. Author unknown. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. The foreign settlement in Soho. I am surely in a foreign town, if sights and sounds go for anything. A few of these evidences would lead me to believe it German, but so many more proclaim it to be French that there can be no mistake in the matter. French men and French women are passing up the streets, and down the streets, and across the streets. They go in and out of the shops. They stand at the doors of the private houses, taking the air in the pleasant afternoon, and cultivating leisure with Gallic avidity, though nothing is very active about them, except their voices. These are in continual play. Men, women, and children. There are many children among the idlers. Talk as they walk, and talk as they stand still, and talk, if I may so express their more undecided movements, as they do neither the one thing nor the other. You hear the French language on all sides. There are English about, but you only see them. They pursue their way in silence, or with only interjectional remarks, for our compatriots are little prone to discussion while in movement. They reserve their interchange of ideas for periods when at rest. Thus it is that they walk so listlessly, the French say so sadly, about the streets, and give you the notion that they have something on their minds. The fact is that, as often as not, they are thoroughly enjoying a state of repose, and are thinking as little in silence as their neighbours are in conversation. Different nations have different ways of arriving at enjoyment, and a great accession of happiness is not always conducive to liveliness. Somebody once described a burgomaster sitting smoking his pipe among his tulips and contemplating the canal before him as in a state of Dutch rapture very much resembling apoplexy. Perhaps the English to whom I now refer are somewhat put down by their loquacious neighbours, and feel themselves to be intruding among so many speakers of a foreign tongue, for it is plain from all appearance that they are not at home. The streets, to be sure, at first glance, have not an un-English aspect, but that perhaps is on account of their altogether negative character. They are not very wide, not very regular, and not very clean, and these characteristics are common to the humbler quarters of most cities, whether at home or abroad. There is a solidarity among slums all over the world, as far as appearance is concerned. and neighbourhoods somewhat higher in the scale are apt to have similar resemblances. The quarter of which I speak has no general features which would distinguish it as belonging to a city of any particular nationality in Europe, but regarded with attention to details, it gives you the impression of a part of Paris, one of those parts which Monsieur Haussmann neglected to make presentable to Prussian visitors. The shops are for the most part French to a fault, and they have one peculiarity which belongs to French shops in the humbler quarters, in being principally restaurants and cafes. To judge by the accommodation of this kind here provided for them, the population pervading the locality must have great capacity in the way of eating, drinking, and smoking. At every turn you find a tavern, now and then of the English type, but principally of the French, with about as much of the German element as you meet with in the minor streets of the French capital. The accommodation, in fact, is supplied to an extent which leads to an inference that the inhabitants of the quarter live a great deal out of doors. How else could all the restaurants be supported? And they are establishments, be it remembered, by no means of a holiday description, like the majority of English hotels, where visitors are supposed to dine under festive conditions, and to go beyond the bounds of ordinary domestic consumption, if not as a matter of choice, at least for the good of the house. The good of the house! How entirely this established phrase marks the difference between the English and the continental view of hotel or tavern life. Where could you ever find, say, the Frenchman who ordered anything that he did not want for the good of the house? The house is intended for his convenience, and he would not dream of extending his patronage beyond the limits of his immediate wants. Wants which he has today will be renewed tomorrow, and will reproduce themselves every 24 hours for any time in the future of which he chooses to take cognizance. An Englishman, dining out, thinks that he must distinguish himself, and make his presence felt, even to the extent of emphatic fees to the waiter. The Frenchman, favoured of course by the different degree of expectation in his case, dines abroad rather more economically than he could at home, and obtains, for the little gratuity he gives in addition, quite as much attention and respect as is sufficient for his comfort or his vanity. With most of us in England, dining out is an exceptional arrangement, so we make it exceptionally expensive, and demoralize not only landlords, but waiters as well. In the quarter to which I refer there is no demoralization of either kind. The houses of entertainment are conducted upon the principle of giving the most possible for money, and any gratuitous expenditure on the part of customers would be regarded in the light of lunacy. French in principle, they are equally French in appearance. Very humble they are in point of pretension, but quite continental in character. And here I may as well mention that I am not in Paris, as you may have supposed, but in the neighbourhood of Soho, that dingy quarter of London which our continental neighbours have made their own, in common with Leicester Square and the dependencies thereof, lying more or less about the Haymarket. This quarter naturally received large additions on the outbreak of the Franco-German War. Many of the wealthier classes of French, both from Paris and the provinces, came to England soon after the commencement of hostilities, and the provincials included a considerable number from the Rhine provinces. These fair-haired families, who might pass for English but were supposed to be German, astonished the hotel keepers when they arrived by announcing themselves as French. They spoke in French indeed, and were attired in irreproachably French mode, but their tongues were not so Parisian as their toilette, and indicated to the experienced ear their Teutonic descent. All these, the better class of visitors, consisted principally of women and children. There were a few elderly men and a few very young men, if they could be called men at all. You saw them driving or walking about the parks and public places for a few days, and mixing with the more miscellaneous mass of foreigners who still lay claim to the lion's share of Regent Street in the afternoons. Then they disappeared for the most part, following the example of fashionable London, probably, and betaking themselves to the seaside, or, it may be, paying visits to the country houses of their English friends. While in town, they were lodged at the best hotels or in expensive private apartments, and in this, as in other respects, were not to be classed with the mass of continental fugitives. The latter naturally gravitated to Leicester Square in the first instance, and then mostly penetrated to Soho. In Leicester Square itself, large numbers were accommodated. I scarcely dare say how many beds the large hotels there were said to provide, or imagine how many persons slept in them. But it is certain that the neighbourhood was always full of foreigners, and, to judge by appearance, a considerable sediment still remains. Germans, Italians, Poles, and Hungarians have, of late years, been always well represented in the quarter, but the French have supplied the majority of the foreign residents, and among recent comers, the French are in a large majority still. The great immigration took place during the few days preceding the closing of the gates of Paris for the siege. But it is not to be supposed that all the fugitives were residents in the capital. Many, of course, had fled to Paris from the provinces, small proprietors for the most part, who had been driven from their homes before the Prussian guns, and believed Paris, as everybody believed it at one time, to be a place of safety. The French arms might endure reverse after reverse, but the idea of a siege of Paris was difficult to realize up to the last moment. The poorer Germans, who arrived at about the same time, were residents of the capital principally, driven out by decree of authority and deprived ruthlessly of the little effects they had intended taking away, but destitute as they were, and are still, it is to be feared, in too many cases, they managed to reach Soho, and there found friends and homes of some kind. They do not mingle, you may be sure, with the French, who are the representative residents of the quarter, a very poor quarter compared with the English quarter in Paris. The part of the French capital, all the rich and festive district, which includes the Place de la Concorde, the Rue de la Paix, and the Upper Boulevard, is the quarter of the English, who fairly outbid the native inhabitants in the command of luxuries. The mass of Frenchmen in London are fain to find their home in cheap, dull, and somewhat dirty Soho. But they have made it their own, at any rate. English still venture to live there, as French still venture to live at Boulogne. But the atmosphere of the place, the social atmosphere, is Gallic, as I have said. On every side are the shops of tradesmen ministering to the requirements, the conveniences, the tastes and the fancies of our lively neighbours. New arrivals are sure to have foreign coin. Old residents receive remittances in foreign notes. In Soho, as in Coventry Street and the Haymarket, they will find several agents de change, whose establishments are fitted up in French style, with a network of brass to separate the agent from the changers, an unnecessary precaution, one would think, considering that at English banking houses the largest transactions take place across an open counter. But characteristic of the severe sense of business which always marks the businessman in France, just as it marks the official man, even under the reddest form of republicanism. Then there are agents de renseignement, prepared to give every information and assistance of every kind to les étrangers, and whose offices are alive with placarded announcements of maisons à louer, appartements garnis, servants who want masters, professors of languages who want pupils, and so on and so on. Here too you may see printed references to establishments not far off, where members of the public, supposed it may be presumed to have no available homes, may wash and dress, have their hair cut and their beards shaved, their clothes and boots brushed, get buttons sewn on, provide themselves with clean collars, new cravats, gloves, socks, shoes, and even have their letters addressed at a graduated scale of charges beginning at 1 penny. The transformation effected must be a wonderful one for the wanderer, who, without immediate appliances of his own for dressing or adornment, has a little copper, or at most silver, money, and desires, for especial reasons, to present a respectable appearance. Not far off we find a French Catholic chapel dedicated to Saint Vincent de Paul, also a French collegiate school and a French society for the relief of distress. Those who wish to have medicines made up need not have recourse to English drugs. More than one pharmacie française may be found in the quarter. Lodgings there are of all kinds in private houses, from a suite of apartments to a simple bed. But there are also establishments, described under the French designation of maison meublée, which partake more of the character of an hotel, and there are, of course, many hotels on a regular scale, though none of them of such pretensions as those in Leicester Square. One of the most characteristic features of the quarter are the shops of the blanchisseurs. English people in London, of very good condition, have their clothes washed in any wretched court in which their laundresses happen to reside, and the said laundresses are usually of the poorest class. In Paris, as most people know, they are a large and flourishing community, asserting class customs and privileges, to the extent even of holding fêtes every year, and conducting themselves with entire independence towards the rest of the community. In Soho, upon a necessarily limited scale, the same system seems to prevail. The laundresses have shops with plate-glass windows, trimmed with neat white curtains inside, and ornamented with trophies of blanchissage in the shape of garments which are waiting to go home, while not too much in the background the passer-by beholds a dozen or so of the young girls who perform the executive work engaged in washing or ironing, as the case may be, though the two departments of restoration are, I believe, kept scrupulously distinct. As may be supposed, only the more ornamental articles are dealt with in front of the shop, and a blanchisseuse who notifies that she is specially de fin will, of course, take no others. On the poetical principle which Dr. Johnson parodied in his suggestion that, quote, "who drives fat oxen should himself be fat," end quote, it may be expected that who gets up fine things should herself be fine, and it must be admitted that some of the Soho blanchisseurs are very fine ladies indeed. You could scarcely believe that they belong to the same profession as the representative laundress of London life, who is always suffering from rheumatics, comforting herself with gin in the intervals of tea, and making abject lamentations about hard times. These French women seem all bright and happy, and it is evidently not their fault if they do not find some fun in their avocation. Judging by the appearance of most of the men you meet in Soho, it would not seem that clean linen was the strong point of the quarter, but shirts with faultless fronts are certainly beheld in the blanchisseurs' windows, and they must be worn by somebody, perhaps by professionals of various kinds, who are obliged to appear in evening dress. The majority of the garments here displayed pertain to the other sex, and while many are of highly ornate appearance, all do credit to the artistes employed upon their revival. A couple of the latter may be occasionally seen in the streets, bearing between them one of those large, square, deep baskets full of snow-white articles of wear, which would make Paris, one would think, apparent to a blind man. and this apart from the appearance of the fair bearers themselves, who, as here dressed for duty, are content with compact and simple attire, and especially renounce such monstrosities as bonnets, and such impertinences as hats, as inappropriate to the occasion. Their heads are covered, as far as may be, by a pretty little white cap. It is not every article of ladies' dress, as everybody knows, that can with impunity be made to fit into a basket, so you may occasionally see in Soho the spectacle of a lovely robe rich in adornment, or a spotless jupon wonderfully goffered being carried home to the intending occupant at the end of a pole. When I see the deep basket and the two grisettes, and added to them the garments carried home at the end of a pole, I cannot believe myself out of France, and instinctively shrink from the regard of passengers in the street, under the firm belief that I shall be arrested as a foreign spy. The barbers' shops, too, are thoroughly French. The more pretentious among them spurn the pole with the circling stripes, which, however, is sufficiently represented in the quarter, but none omit the brass basin dangling before the door, manifestly the helmet of Mambrino, even to the little piece cut out to fit the neck of the patient, a basin that brings to your mind Figaro in every street, and Rosina in every balcony. You have Spain and Italy, as well as France, in the numerous shops where comestibles are sold: olives, macaroni, tagliani, jambon de Bayonne, saucisson de Bologne, rillettes de Tours, pâté de foie gras, caviar, truffled provisions of all kinds, Rochefort, Gruyère, Parmesan, Neufchâtel, and other choice cheeses. Everything that could be conceived by the most frenzied imagination of Fortnum and Mason, or Cross and Blackwell, are here at hand, and supplied in sufficient quantities to indicate the habits of the neighbourhood. English people living upon small means, or sustaining a precarious struggle with poverty, think little of delicate or dainty fare. They feed, for the most part, in a brutal way, only upon rare occasions venture upon anything like a feast, and even then the indulgence is of a simple kind, and remarkable mostly for profusion. How many ordinary English people know anything about truffles, for instance, and to how many is caviar more than caviar? But our continental neighbours of all classes are accustomed to varieties of food and condiments which would not enter into the habits of our own countrymen, even were they as much native productions as mutton and beef. And it is not because he has had to run away from France, or has been induced by other circumstances to seek a home in Soho, that the Frenchman will fail to consult his tastes in so important a matter as his dinner. He may not be able to indulge himself freely, but to some extent he will succeed, and in Soho, it must be remembered, all the comestibles which are costly to Englishmen are brought within reach of the poor man. Occasionally inferior in quality, it may be, the Frenchman's repasts have the form of refinement, and he is reminded at least of delicacies as they ought to be. The vendors of comestibles, too, are usually the wine merchants of Soho, and in these days they manage to supply the staple vintages at prices scarcely higher than in France, while liqueurs are dispensed at proportionately reasonable rates. French pastry cooks are well represented in Soho. There are shops thereabout where not a Bath bun is to be seen, where the plain currant bun is equally dispensed with, where not even the oblong raspberry tart, so dear to British boyhood, finds a place. In their stead you get barbers, brioche, meringue à la crème, eclair, galette, savarin, fruit comfits, cherries and peaches in spirit, and many other things, among which I will only mention chocolate in every form that was ever devised. Moreover, the window of at least one of these paradises of patisserie is decorated with dolls dressed in the height of the mode, and anybody not able to fancy himself at Cyrandius after that must be a dull wretch, incapable of any effort of the imagination. I need scarcely say that there is no want of French tailors and milliners in the quarter, though their establishments make no figure, a regular shop being the exception rather than the rule. It may be doubted, indeed, if they ever do any work except to order, and orders, you may be sure, are executed at small cost. To judge by the appearance of probable customers, I should not be inclined to recommend a Soho tailor, but the milliners are doubtless better, and may be supposed to have something of a boulevardish air about them. The French in Soho, surrounded as they are with so many supplies calculated to meet their special requirements, live in a world of their own light literature. There are libraries full of novels and periodicals, and the comic journals and minor newspapers of Paris appear to be in great request. Among the novelists, the popular inclination appears principally to tend towards Chatrian of one class, and writers who may be considered represented by the younger Dumas of another class. But, of course, the elder Dumas sells largely, as I suppose he always will, while Paul de Kock, who seems perennial in a certain kind of popularity, still commands a sale from the old stereotyped edition in quarto, with the worn-out woodcuts which are never by any chance within a dozen pages of the text to which they refer. Among the weekly journals, the Vie Parisienne has a foremost place, but its lower-priced rivals, such as the Petit Journal pour Rire, Paris Comique, Paris Amusant, and others of the same facetious family, have naturally a larger circulation. The political papers most popular are the Figaro, the Gaulois, and the Petit Journal. These are sold in London upon the same day as the date of publication, an arrangement possible enough, supposing they were dispatched by the first mail in the morning, but sufficiently accounted for by the fact that their conductors date them a day late, in order to be on the safe side. In addition, there are several French papers published in London, notably the old Courrier de l'Europe and the International, now of several years' standing. One was started after the surrender of Napoleon, supposed to represent imperial interests, though not always on the best authority, as the spurious Manifesto sufficiently showed. Another French paper, too, afterwards made its appearance in London, said to be an organ of the Orléans family. Two German papers published in London have also made their appearance recently. Most of the prints, besides filling shop windows in Soho, are sold in the streets by itinerant vendors, who also go the round of the cafes and restaurants, and force them upon the attention of the drinkers and diners. Large numbers of these publications are also disposed of on the pavement of Leicester Square and Coventry Street. Leicester Square, by the way, has since the war become more than ever a resort of foreigners, who, especially on the side which connects Coventry and Cranbourne Streets, collect in groups upon the pavement, and seem to remain there all day long. The Great Rendezvous is a place which has undergone many changes, having been, among other things, a bank, and is now a Bureau de Renseignement, kept by an enthusiastic Frenchman, who has established a speciality for war maps, which he keeps carefully posted up with all novelties in the shape of hostile movements, for the information of passers-by. To return, however, to the interior of the foreign settlement, its cafes and restaurants form, as has been said, one of its main features. These establishments have nothing pretentious about them. They are not comparable in point of appearance, even to some of those in Leicester Square. Outside and inside, they have a strong family likeness. There are short muslin curtains to the windows, and in front of them usually a little display of fruit and flowers. The inscriptions on the glass, whether in brass or painted letters, are mostly in the French language, and rendered even in characters of French shape. In the latter particular, however, most of the shops in the quarter are the same. Even the numbers of the houses are generally painted in figures which are at once recognizable as French. The interior of a French restaurant in Soho is very like the interior of a French restaurant anywhere else, including Paris, of course, when it happens to be of a humble class. The walls are covered with paper of gorgeous hues. There is a counter ornamented with plated urns and covers, which seem of no particular use, a vase of flowers, a number of the orthodox thick white coffee cups, little saucers filled with large lumps, or rather slices, of sugar, and a few bottles of liqueur and carafons of cognac. These are all the decorations of the place, unless we count some straggling mirrors on a miserably small scale. The chairs are rush-bottomed, and open in some cases to the charge of being rickety. The tables are very small, and especially narrow, covered with cloths which are of cotton instead of damask, like the napkins, and both of these are rather damp when put on, from recent washing, but dry up as visitors begin to arrive at about 6 o'clock, and look far more white than they did at first. The floor would be bare but for the sand with which it is plentifully sprinkled, a fact made particularly apparent to the visitor when he takes soundings by dropping the end of his cigar. I said that the visitors begin to arrive at about 6 o'clock, but that is only in reference to dinner. They begin arriving early in the morning, and, varying the performance by departing occasionally, go on arriving all day. Many are at home there, almost in a literal sense, for it is there that they have their letters addressed and receive their friends. They may possibly take some breakfast there at about 12 in the day, but they are evidently under no law to order refreshment because they enter the place. They chat to the proprietor or his wife, the latter an active, bustling person who pretends to preside at the counter, but is always running away from it, directing the waiters and talking to the guests all at once, and sit down and smoke, not quite as if the house belonged to them, but most certainly as if they belonged to the house. The host seems one of themselves, as he doubtless is. He has the same full-grown but closely clipped revolutionary style of beard. He wears a Swiss hat, or it may be a cap, and a coat which has perchance come from the establishment of Poole, but bears external evidence more suggestive of the belle jardinière. It is not unlikely to be green with bronze buttons. He has the same facility for making cigarettes with little more than the manipulation afforded by a thumb and forefinger, and you might swear that the scorched marks upon the skin of the said thumb and forefinger, produced by holding the said cigarettes when nearly smoked out, were absolutely identical. The landlord and his guests, moreover, have all the same opinion as to every crisis in France. They have not a word of kindly remembrance for the unhappy emperor, and their only objection to the Republic is the preponderance which it presents of moderate and reasonable men. At dinner the room receives the embellishment of female faces, and between candlelight and ladies it looks much more lively than in the morning. The ladies vary as to age, beauty, and toilette, as ladies will all over the world. They vary also as to the conditions of their coming. Only one, a young French girl carefully costumed, and whose natural style is brilliant rather than pretty, appears attended by a man whom you might suppose to be her lover. That is to say, he has the careless appearance of a quartier latin student, and conducts himself accordingly. His ideas of dinner appear to be rather of a general kind, for he more than once consults the carte in a comprehensive manner, and then hands it over to Mademoiselle, who directs the details in consultation with the garçon. I call him a garçon instead of a waiter, by the way, because in the first place he is French. In the second place he wears a short black jacket and a long white apron, and in the third place he is sympathetically familiar in manner without being offensive, and is deeply grateful for so small an honorarium as a penny. The pair, I notice, drink sparkling wine, which is very far from being the rule in the room, and I should not wonder if, when they have had those 2 little cups of coffee, not unqualified with cognac, they were to find their way to the theatre. The other people appear to be dining without any festive ideas. That ferocious-looking man in the corner, who wears no linen, unless you count a red flannel shirt, and has the table all to himself, is evidently an Italian brigand. The coat which he wears is an ordinary coat enough. It is principally remarkable for being shabby, but association gives it the character of green velvet. The hat hung on the peg behind him leaves little to the imagination except a plume of feathers. You cannot see his legs as they are hidden under the table, but you can take your oath that they are sandalled, and would lead you a long chase if you wanted their owner in his native mountains. He is probably here as the agent of somebody who is making an infernal machine for the destruction of some foreign potentate. Such at least is the impression he produces upon the observer. But the real fact I believe to be that he is employed at a tailor's in the neighbourhood, and during the greater part of the time when he is not employed upon the destruction of his dinner, devotes himself to the creation of such harmless things as coats and trousers. At an adjacent table sits a hard-featured Frenchwoman with a couple of soft-featured daughters, who will be as hard-featured as their mother one of these days, I suppose, for Frenchwomen are too apt to mature into caricature. They dine here every day, I am told, always at the same table, have their serviettes on rings, their half-finished bottles of ordinaire put by for them, and after dinner engage themselves frequently with some light needlework. The active landlady comes frequently to talk to them, and treats them with much respect. It is an interesting speculation what blow of fortune drove this little party here. 3 young girls are dining alone. They are at different tables, and appear to have no acquaintance with one another. One, the most timid in appearance of the 3, takes up her position, which, it seems, she assumes daily, close under cover of the counter, the dame of which is evidently well acquainted with her. She does not order her dinner, but the garçon brings her a succession of little plats, according, I suppose, to some previous arrangement, for she does not go through the regular ordeal of the prix fixé repast, which includes a bewildering number of dishes and half a bottle of wine for 2 shillings. I am told that this young lady is a chorus singer at the opera, that she lives by herself in a very quiet way, and dines here always in the same independent manner. On Sundays she has a more festive entertainment, which she usually shares with a companion, who is said to be her sister. The other 2 girls are, I believe, engaged at some milliner's hard by. They dine in the same regulation manner, but one of them has been known to be feasted by a gentleman who looks like an uncle, and gives her sparkling wine with her dessert, and Grand Chartreuse with her coffee. The uncle, I hear, is a commis voyageur, and has these little entertainments from time to time in celebration of his visits to London. There is an elderly woman of determined aspect also dining alone. She is, I fancy, an Italian. She has rather a good dinner and a fair allowance of wine, but neither seems to give her pleasure. The vindictive expression of her face never relaxes, and when she closes her courier bag after paying the waiter, she does so with a smart action, as if she had peculiar pleasure in snapping somebody's head off. I am told that she lives alone close by, and is engaged in the occupation of a chiropodiste. Men, however, are in the majority. They are mostly French, and all more or less habitués of the place. They are no loungers, no dandies, and if they occupy a great deal of time over their dinner and its concluding coffee, it is because Frenchmen are accustomed so to do, and make pleasure a business, as far as their meals are concerned. And here I should say a word as to the character and quality of the meals supplied. The cooking is French, with a little deviation towards Italian, and is, as a rule, good, though far more plain than in more pretentious places. Soups are at least cheap. Macaroni, vermicelli, julienne, or lentils may be had for threepence a plate. Fish will cost from sixpence to eightpence. Such a plat as a beefsteak aux pommes or aux champignons, about the latter price, which will also obtain for you côtelette à la jardinière, the plurality of cutlets, however, being obtained by sawing one chop into two flatwise, and so making an abundant dish to the eye. A portion of fowl is supplied at about the same figure. For such a thing as an omelette, they would not venture to charge more than sixpence, for fear of a revolution. Upon terms of this kind, you can have any viands in season, with such variations as can be afforded by sauce piquante, sauce béchamel, oseille, champignon, and so forth. If you want such things as suprême de la volaille or poulet à la marengo, you must give special orders or go elsewhere. There are not many among the men who are recent arrivals, and under whatever circumstances they have been brought to this country, they are generally pursuing some occupation here, however small in its returns. I suspect that more than a few have had to do with past politics, though politics among refugees are made to cover a large number of pecuniary defalcations, and they all take a deep interest in these things, as is evident from the animated manner in which they discuss them. They do not sit late, however. By 9 o'clock the room is considerably thinned, and by 10 it is well nigh deserted. A few betake themselves, if I mistake not, to cheap places of amusement not far off. Others go to meet a wider circle of friends in large cafes, also close at hand. One of these houses of entertainment will serve as a type of the rest, and there let us follow them. The house to which I refer includes very extensive premises at the top of Great Windmill Street. The building, or rather that part of the building from which the present establishment has been extended, was formerly an anatomical school, originated by the great surgeon John Hunter, and it is there that the body of Jeremy Bentham was for a long time preserved. There was a prejudice against the place, which left it on the hands of the landlord for some years. It was occupied for a time by some French Sisters of Charity, but even these pious ladies do not seem to have been proof against local influences, and after their departure the former dissecting room was obtained by the present proprietor for a very small sum, the speculation, even with this advantage, being considered a forlorn hope. But the new adventurer, an Italian, who had already learned the secret of making something out of nothing in the same kind of enterprise, set manfully to work, and not only made the original premises profitable as a cafe, but was able to turn a considerable addition of space to equally lucrative account. The result is a very thriving business in one of the largest establishments in London, accommodating, I scarcely dare say, how many billiard tables above and below, and including, on a smaller scale, a restaurant of a very popular kind. Here, I think, the people are more continental than even in the restaurant we have left. They are more accidental in the way of costume, and more animated in the way of talk. Some of them are too plainly poor, but in accordance with French habits of equality, which will survive any number of royal restorations in France, everybody is at his ease, and compels others to respect him by respecting himself. The accommodation, which is, as I have indicated, on a very large scale, is comfortable, with an approach to luxury, and the aspect of the place is cheerful and animated in the extreme. Very different is this well-lighted and even well-ventilated hall from the probable homes of its frequenters, who, we may be sure, are glad to procure its shelter and companionship at small cost. And the cost is very small compared with the prices charged at English taverns, about 1/2, as a rule, and for this you may have choice of a variety of refreshments which are out of the ken of ordinary Englishmen. Coffee and petit verre form perhaps the staple consommation, varied by beer, foreign and native, liqueurs, and the weak sugary compounds which the French facetiously call grogs. There is a great deal of talk going on, and the French become half frantic now and then, but they are little inspired with what they drink, and their potations generally are of a most moderate character. There is no need, in fact, that the arrangement should be otherwise, for a Frenchman is usually, as regards animal spirits, about half a dozen drinks in advance of an Englishman before he begins his course of conviviality. I have mentioned that the wine at the Soho restaurants is almost as cheap as in France. I should add that at these establishments, as well as at the cafes, cigars are supplied wonderfully cheap. They are not quite the cigars that Englishmen approve, though Englishmen smoke them in Paris contentedly enough, but even these are not generally smoked in Soho. Twopence, for instance, is a very small sum to pay for a cigar in London, but a 4-sou cigar in France is treated with respect, and among the mass of consumers is looked upon in the light of an indulgence. As a rule, pipes have the preference in Soho, and the smokers provide themselves from their own pockets, or it may be pet clays on racks at the places where they regularly resort. There are many establishments in Soho which are not exactly hotels, but rather lodging houses where there is a table d'hôte, not only in name, but in reality, for it is presided over by the master or mistress of the house. These are used by the residents, but are open besides to all comers, and many, as is customary in Paris at similar pensions, take dinner tickets for a month in advance, gaining thereby a reduction in price. The price for a single dinner ranges from 1 to 2 shillings, and sometimes includes half a bottle of wine. The feast is apt to be plain enough, but it is French in form and order, and comprises the usual courses expected on the continent, however homely the repast. It would be better if this form and order were less adhered to, and the menu made more limited, but the customers, I suppose, prefer the arrangement as it stands. The customers, by the way, present a curious subject for study. It seems difficult to assign to them their several pursuits and degrees in life. Balzac, however, has described many of them. You may see the Père Goriot and Vautrin any day in Soho. The quarter, as I have said, has become more and more crowded, and the national spirit of the French remains in the ascendant. The Germans have their resorts, where the Prussian sentiment more or less prevails, but the Germans are far fewer in number, and not nearly so noisy as their neighbours, except indeed when they sing, and let you know how great a bore a Vaterland may become when they laud it at the top of their voices and from the bottom of their hearts. There is very little demonstration of the kind among the French. If a Frenchman's nationality takes a musical form in these days, you may depend upon it that he has been drowning his sorrows in the bowl. But the spirit remains the same, and an Englishman in Soho, though certainly in no danger of being arrested as a spy, is not quite free from sarcasms. The working man will escape, being regarded as a sympathizer, but an Englishman who looks like a gentleman is very apt to have a rencontre, such as occurred to one of our countrymen not long ago. He was passing through a street in Soho when he was greeted with the remark from a Frenchman who was smoking his pipe outside a shop door, "Vous n'avez pas de pluck?" Not immediately understanding the meaning of the proposition through the Gallic pronunciation of the last word, he turned and asked for an explanation. The taunt was then repeated in a general way. "Les Anglais n'ont pas de pluck." The speaker then went on in a very good-humoured, if sarcastic, manner to remind my friend that the English, the French, and the Turks were old comrades in the Crimea, adding that the English owed a great deal to the French at Inkerman and before Sebastopol, and that they had now basely abandoned all their former allies, and so on. Then he repeated, with renewed emphasis, "Vous n'avez pas de pluck." My friend was content to laugh off this little ebullition of feeling, assuring the Frenchman that the heart of the nation was with his gallant compatriots in all their reverses. A phrase or two of this kind melted the Frenchman at once, and he seemed rather sorry than otherwise for having been so insulting. Hundreds of Frenchmen think the same as this frank speaker, and they have become more national than ever since the proclamation of the Republic. One of the latest outward indications is the opening of a restaurant with the sign of a l'Union du Peuple. There is indeed a union of very peculiar peoples in the quarter, where the foreign settlement is daily increasing in solidarity. It includes a large proportion of worthy, hard-working, struggling men and women, and many of them are fitting objects for that substantial sympathy which it is satisfactory to see is being manifested in more than one quarter. There are some less respectable elements of society in Soho, as elsewhere, but they do not force themselves upon observation, and are apart from my present purpose to discuss. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Rooked in the City. Amongst the most infamous dens in this great metropolis are not a few city billiard rooms. From midday to midnight, villainous schemes are concocted within their precincts, and countless dupes become victims to the shallowest devices. Well-dressed sharpers hang about their doorways. The atmosphere as you enter is pestilential, and the scenes enacted can only be compared with those which present themselves where vice abounds, and purity cannot make its appearance without danger of contamination. The seats around the table are occupied, for the most part, by bonnets, who will converse familiarly, gamble on the stroke or game, and endeavour to persuade strangers, by such simulation or artifice as it seems fitting they should employ, to play on terms at once disadvantageous to the greenhorn and dishonourable to their proposer. Experience teaches us that warnings are not altogether without avail, and I will, therefore, by relating a circumstance which occurred to myself, endeavour to caution such of my readers as have hitherto gone through a billiard-room ordeal scatheless. One afternoon in September 18 I left the bank as usual, and repaired to a neighbouring divan where an appointment with Rougier of the Eye-Water Company demanded my presence. He had not yet come, they told me. Would I wait? There was nothing else for it, as see him I must, and find out, too, the reason why he had failed to meet the bill, across which, as a mere matter of form, the sleek old gentleman who advanced the money said, I had unguardedly written my name. It was then the second day after date, and notice had been given me that the bill must be taken up by me, if not by Rougier. To a man of means, £50 is an inconsiderable sum. In my case, it represented the earnings of 2 long months. My situation at the bank yielded but £300 a year, and an annual present. Still, it was too good a position to throw up on account of this amount, and if he proved unable to meet the payment, I felt bound to see him through for my own credit as well as for his. But no more backing bills. On that I was determined. An impatient half-hour passed, and he came not, so, leaving word with the waiter, I sauntered into the billiard-room. For months I had not touched a cue. Play interfered with my duties, and for a time, at all events, I determined on abandoning the game. This afternoon The old fascination crept over me as the balls clicked, and although the gentlemen wielding the cues as I entered were evidently much inferior in calibre to myself, I nevertheless fell into the spirit of the competition, and silently criticised the strokes with the same eager and perhaps vain feelings as of old. It was not a great match, the tall mustachioed gentleman in a loud shirt having evidently no very difficult task in bringing about the defeat of an insignificant-looking opponent, who, on closer inspection, turned out to be a Frenchman. They had engaged at the English game, and the Count, for so his adversary addressed him, desired that they should change it for the canon of his country, alleging as the reason that Captain du Berg was too strong at the hazard for him. The captain declined on similar grounds, and as his antagonist declared his intention of retiring from so unequal a contest, the victor challenged any of the half-dozen spectators to a game. No one seemed inclined to play, so I, with the intention of taking the shine out of the captain, lifted down a cue and offered to compete with him. After a few strokes each, the Count, whose feelings had been hurt, showed his resentment by offering to support the gentleman, meaning me, for one little suffering. We were playing for a shilling only, and as I won 3 games off-hand, the correctness of the Count's discernment became the more apparent. He professed himself in ecstasies with my performance, and skipped about the room, sipping eau sucrée and rolling cigarettes as gaily as a butterfly. We increased the stakes to 5 shillings, and then, on my adversary's suggestion, to half a sovereign for the last, the marker having given us notice that there will be a pool next, gentlemen. I think I won 6 games out of 7, the last only being credited to the captain, who, fortunately for himself, doubled the red ball when the chances were all in my favour. The Count swore in at least 3 languages, called the captain mauvais sujet to our infinite amusement, and proposed an adjournment to a private room, where he might the better revenge himself by winning from his old enemy. My opponent good-humouredly acquiesced in the arrangement, and thus I felt myself cornered, as it were, and bound, having still won a few shillings on the balance, to stay an hour or 2 longer. Excusing myself for a moment, I looked in at the divan, but Rougier had not appeared, and after giving directions where I might be found, followed my opponent to a room above that in which we had previously met. The table was faster, but I played all the better, having by this time warmed to my work, and side strokes and twist hazards were scored with greater nicety and precision than before. The captain, after another game, suggested that we should have a pyramid and see if the luck would change. The balls were soon forthcoming, and the stakes being set at 1 shilling a ball and a crown on the game, we went to work. The Count, who meanwhile had wagered to a considerable sum and won a hatful of money from my antagonist, continued staking little sovereigns on odd balls, and very frequently with success. I found that it was a better match at pyramids, as the captain never missed ordinary hazards, and on the first game I won by 1 point only. He got a fluke in the second, and as his ball stopped in the centre of a group, my chance was extinguished, 8 being this time credited to him. The Count was furious, doubled his bets, and tore about like a wild man. I, however, won the 3rd game easily, and also the 4th, 5th, and 6th. Then my adversary, who seemed not the least put out by my steady game and his own ill success, offered to stake £1 a ball extra on 8 balls then in play. The Count snapped at the wager, and I took 6 of them, thus winning for him £4. In the following game I was induced to give a ball on the table, and we both expressed ourselves satisfied that the match was a pretty fair one, for though I had won half a dozen games out of 7, the balance of balls was only 8 in my favour. A quarter of an hour later, the captain repeated his offer to bet £1 each on 6 balls, all apparently safe. In a weak moment I accepted the proposal, and by a remarkably fine double he managed to get amongst them and score 5. Thus I lost £4. The Count suggested that we were playing for ridiculously small stakes, which, by consent, we raised to £1 on the game and 5 shillings each on the balls. Still I held my own, and though now rather excited, I managed to clear off the greater part of the extra bet of £4 during the next game. My opponent, looking at his watch, said he could only remain another half hour, and after reckoning up the score, which showed a balance on the afternoon of £1 to me, he proposed that for the last game we should play £5 and £1. I had never risked so much before, but as I was the winner, and he a stranger whom I should probably meet no more, I agreed, not without secret misgivings as to the result, for I was by this time not at all certain he did not play a safer game than myself, if his hazard striking was not so brilliant as mine. However, we started, the Count betting my opponent £20 on the game and £5 on each ball. We both made careful strokes, and I again noticed that whenever occasion offered, the captain doubled me to some cushion or other quite 7 feet from the nearest ball. I scored 2, then unluckily ran in after a perfectly straight shot, thus levelling us again at love all. But there were, unluckily, 3 balls in the D, all certainties. He made them and left me close again. Once more a hard stroke was necessary, and then my opponent scored twice or thrice. So the game progressed, and at the close I was credited with 3, he with 12, making 9 to the bad. The Count growled at my play, and the captain said I had been unlucky and nervous to boot. Would I like my revenge in just one more for the last? I thought the last game over. He had not made a single stroke but what I also could have scored. His only play was safety. I would try it too, and we should see who was master. Balance £13 in favour of the captain. The Count and he agreed on still higher stakes, but I declined hazarding more, and determined to do my best, get back my money if possible, and go. Fortune, I imagined, continued dead against me, for I made a worse fight of it than before, and he got 11 balls to my 2. "A tenner each on the last 2, Count," called out my opponent. "Done with you," replied the Frenchman. "And done again," cried I, too, like an ass as I was. 3 strokes each decided it, and he then doubled a hazard off 3 cushions, leaving the player's ball far away from the other. Then followed a stick such as only a player of great power of cue can achieve with any certainty, and it was again my turn to play. I tried a cut and used a good deal of opposing side, but my ball, after running dead for a time, fell off towards a baulk pocket and was scored by my antagonist, in whose debt I was now £51, just £1 more than I had brought for the liquidation of Rougier's bill. A dead silence followed the issue of the last game, and as I was about to explain the state of my finances, who should come rushing upstairs but Rougier? He gazed first at one, then another, and at last, addressing the captain, exclaimed, "You here, Royds? And again with that man?" My late opponent lost colour, and his former presence of mind and heartiness seemed altogether to desert him, as Rougier drew me aside and asked how matters stood. I stated the full facts, and after hearing them, my friend, greatly to my surprise, expressed no feeling of astonishment. "Take not the least notice of anybody," he said, "but go down to the divan and wait for me." I did so, and half an hour later was joined by Rougier. "You're in luck this time," he said. "I dropped upon you in the nick of time." Since his appearance on the scene and evident acquaintance with my late antagonist, I had been in a state of the most perfect bewilderment, and felt unable to utter more than, "For goodness sake, explain!" "So I will," answered Rougier, "but as it's already late, you must come to my rooms and hear the story. In the meantime, let me tell you that my unhappy bill is settled, and your losses this evening also, for the modest sum of £5. Now, more surprised than ever, I could but follow him in silence, and after a short drive we reached his neat and well-appointed chambers. "Now, old fellow," said he, "first let me thank you for your kindness in the little transaction with which your name was so unpleasantly associated for my sake, and then I'll give you a brief history of the harpies out of whose clutches you have escaped almost scot-free tonight. The Frenchman is a returned convict, with 3 years yet to run. He was sent out of the country for uttering, I think is the word, someone else's name in a transaction out of which he netted a considerable sum. By delicate diplomacy, however, he managed to obtain a ticket of leave after the expiration of half the term, and since his return his attention has been devoted to the lighter and safer arts, including hazard, rouge et noir, and faro, varied now and again by a little flat catching at billiards or what-not. His plausibility and skill at all games render him a dangerous opponent, but a propensity for gambling on horse racing very often leaves him with hardly a shilling. His companion was once my colleague in office, and, with the advantages of a good connection and remarkable abilities, might have succeeded in whatever he undertook. Unhappily, however, he was a slave to the game at which you have just broken a lance, and falling, soon after his arrival in town, amongst a gang of sharpers, he lost heavily to them, embezzled to pay with, and finally, whilst endeavouring to make good the money he had purloined, was led to practise fraud by leading on inferior players, and then, with the aid of an accomplice like the Count, rooking them. Probably you think that you play about an even game with him?" "Yes," I replied. "Just so," said Rougier. "Well then, I may as well let you know that he can give you with safety 30 in 100 at billiards, or 3 balls at pyramids." "But how," asked I, "was it that I beat him on the average?" "Simply," answered my companion, "because he was fiddling, that is, persuading you by giving what appeared proof of your superior game, and so causing you to continue playing for higher stakes. Did you not notice how he won towards the end?" "Yes," I replied, "but he showed no dashing hazards, nor scored anything that was beyond me. He, however, played for safety in wondrous style, you'll admit." "Yes," I answered, "that's true." "Well then," said Rougier, "that very safety, which you appear to hold in contempt, is the most important part of pyramids. Besides, did you not see he never, in the games he won, failed to score probable hazards, nor neglected to take the fullest advantage of any mistake on your part?" By this time I felt quite convinced of the truth of my friend's statement, and fully admitting the entire probability of what he had told me, I asked him by what means £5 had been made to pay £51. "It was not easy," he said. "However, I managed it by working on the Frenchman. Your opponent needed hardly a word. My assurance of your friendship with me satisfied him, for he is yet under obligations in which I am concerned. But the Count, Bertini his name is, and he was formerly a marker in Paris, could not be made to distinguish between you and any other dupe. We had quite a scene at first, and I was obliged to mention his antecedents, and remind him of the surveillance of the police, before he became at all pacified. Eventually I offered him, once and for all, £5 as payment, and he accepted it. There's the acquittal, and you need not repay me until it's convenient." I pulled out the notes brought specially to meet his bill, and after telling him my intentions, we shook hands heartily and vowed mutual obligations. After all, you see, I got off easily, but I cannot help feeling, whenever the circumstance occurs to me, that I was, without the slightest suspicion on my part, rooked in the city. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Wonderful London, its lights and shadows of humour and sadness. Author unknown. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. All over London. I present myself to you as a man with a grievance. Have you anything of that kind? But of course you have. Everyone has. None of us are without some Frankenstein, moral or physical. Still, allow me to say that yours must be a very excessive and abominable grievance, if able to challenge comparison with mine. I don't believe you can match it. It's a miserable consolation at the best, but I rather pride myself upon my misery as a peculiarly fine one. I flatter myself it's original. One brilliant summer afternoon, I was strolling through one of our principal thoroughfares, and, for want of better amusement, presently stopped to look at a large collection of stereoscopic slides, attractively displayed in a shop window. The pastime was somewhat dreary, and singularly deficient in interest, until, to my utter amazement and indignation, I discovered myself as one of a gorgeously got-up group engaged in the solemn proceedings of a quadrille. I looked again, rubbed my eyes, said it couldn't be, but no, the villainous fact remained. There was no mistake about it. By some atrociously surreptitious process, my features had been transferred. I was doing l'été in a most excruciating way. My companions were far from possessing the stamp of gentle birth, or even average respectability. On the contrary, there was an unmistakable vulgarity about them. They looked, for all the world, just what they evidently were, a set of bohemians, dressed and attitudinized at so much per head per diem, in order to depict the presumed socialities of fashionable life. The whole thing was arranged to form a very imposing tableau. Of course, the male performers were habited in the accepted, time-honoured, yet withal hideous garniture known by the title of evening dress. The genius of the photographic artist was, upon this question, necessarily confined, but the representatives of the Marchioness so-and-so, the ladies this and that, and the Mrs. what you please, were overpoweringly attired. The room was tremendous in colouring and gold. There were multitudes of wax candles in miraculous sconces, which I strongly suspect formed a portion of some theatre properties, and in one corner were to be observed a couple of long-haired musicians, giving musical measure by the aid of pianoforte and cornet. Through an open door, the eye travelled down a fading vista of corridor, illuminated by the flitting to and fro of elaborate flunkies, one of whom was bending reverentially forward with a tray, from which a young lady in light blue was elegantly removing some refreshment, striving, as much as possible, to appear perfectly oblivious of James's presence, such a method of proceeding being quite the thing in polite society. You may judge from this description that the general effect was superb, and would have been entirely so, only that the apartment was about the size of an ordinary bathroom. In this, however, there was a fair amount of truthfulness, for do not Mrs. Chester Digby Plantagenet, Mrs. Walsingham Howard Percy, and the rest contrived to bring about a hospitable asphyxia by the process of inviting 150 guests into a space of 24 feet by 18. But how on earth had I got into this hideous caricature of the upper 10,000? Why was I made to do duty in it? How had it come to pass? Here was I, Vandeleur Pemberton Mowbray, mixed up with the employees of a rascally photographer, literally forced into their company, made to posture delicately before the admiring eyes of a large, coarse-looking woman in a gold tiara and ostrich plume. Vastly pleasant, forsooth. Why, of course my acquaintances would recognise it, and I should be more than suspected of hiring myself out at 5 shillings a day. What would be the use of my attempting explanation and denial? Horrible thought. And then, That abominable Baster, with his infamous puns and insane efforts to be witty. Why, I shall be driven half mad. He's sure to find it out. I must confess that I became very free in speech. My mutterings spoke of Mephistopheles under a more euphonious appellative. 5 syllables is too much for a man in a passion. I was content with 2, for which, in consideration of the exciting cause, I trust you will absolve me. It's no use saying, "Oh, you must have been mistaken." I tell you I was miserably convinced. Do you mean to say I don't know my own whiskers? Ah, that was what the wretch coveted. But this was only the initiative of my ghastly experience. I suddenly reasoned upon the strong probabilities of being present in some other festive scene, and I was not long in discovering my fears to be lamentably realized. Just above the ballroom affair I found myself at a dinner party. I was evidently a pet with the artist, for I presided at one end of the prandial board. I was carving, and James, the same creature who was supplying jellies to the aristocratic young person in blue, was behind my chair. The parties here concerned were of a graver cast than those immortalized in the soirée dansante. The respectability of mature years seemed to be realized. Severe-looking gentlemen in white waistcoats, a brace of military men in regimentals, ponderous old ladies in turbans and brocaded silks, and a sprinkling of youth and beauty. But this was not all. In another slide I was handing an enchanting damsel out of a boat. In another I was holding the arrows of a bewitching toxopholite. Then, again, I was at a tea fight, going about with muffins. In fact, I was all over the window. My anathemas became more vehement and less suppressed in tone, and in a tolerable state of irritation I walked into the shop, determined to probe this audacious robbery of my features to the utmost. But I had misgivings from the first as to the satisfactory result of inquiry. In an authoritative, hasty manner, I desired to see their collection of stereoscopic groups. I noticed that the attendant observed my abrupt method of conveying the request, but I was quickly supplied with a large stock. I soon found one of my own especials and sought its reverse, in order to discover the name and whereabouts of my enemy, but, just as I expected, there was no address whatever. I examined others with the like result, and finding that I was so far foiled in my endeavours to fasten on my villain, I inquired from the shopman the source of these specimens. He seemed surprised at the tone I adopted, but informed me that they had them from a wholesale house. "Be so good," said I, "as to tell me at once what wholesale house." The attendant called his master, to whom I repeated my request. "May I ask, sir," replied he, "why you wish me to give you that information?" "But, excuse me," and he looked a little puzzled, "haven't I seen your face before?" "Something very much like it, I believe. There's the rascality of the thing. Just look here, sir." As, with an indignant look, I directed his attention to one of my immortalizings. His recognition of the portraiture was immediate, and his face wore a dubious expression as to the suitable line of conduct and reply. "Of course," I said, "you don't mean to deny that that is my resemblance, and I should like to know who has dared to take such a liberty." "Well, I must say, sir," he replied, "that I should not have supposed you to be one of our gentlemen, as we call them." "I should think not, indeed. Then how is it that I am in that picture, and in several others?" said I, hastily selecting some additional evidences and handing them to him. "Really, sir, I know nothing about it. It seems strange, I must confess. Will you favour me by saying whether such a trick could be managed?" He was not a photographer, and did not know. "Well, have you ever heard that such a thing is possible?" I continued. I saw that the wretch could say more than he chose, but he still fell back upon his presumed ignorance of the art. It was useless persevering any longer with him. He gave me the address of the wholesale house, and thither I at once departed, went over the same ground with the people there, and pressed the matter more stringently than I had done at the retail emporium. In truth, I was in a positive rage, and insisted upon an elucidation of the mystery. All I got was a declaration that the slides of which I complained came from France. The rascals! They saw they were in a difficulty, and so fenced with it in every possible way. I asked for the name of their Paris correspondent, and so forth, that inquiry bringing nothing more than an assertion that they could not say whether the artist had direct connection with the house in question, or only sold to them. Also that at that moment they could not exactly tell me the particulars. Of course theirs was a system of equivocation. I hinted as much in no very enigmatical terms, and left the place, vowing I would make them suffer for my annoyance. Now, I suppose you will desire me to give you some ideas of my own as to this inscrutable appearance of my lineaments. All I can say is that in every case where I am made to do duty, the expression of my features and position of countenance are precisely the same. Make what you can out of that. Of course the attitudes of body are various. In some rascally way, I suppose, my head is stuck upon another man's shoulders. One of the 5-shilling professionals does the posturing, and is then decapitated, my upper elegancies supplying the place. I can't tell you how it's done, I merely give you my suspicions. If you can tell me a better method of explaining the villainy, why, I shall be grateful. On my way through the Strand and Regent Street, I had the curiosity to examine nearly every window containing stereoscopic slides, the result being that, in most instances, I was intensely delighted by a recognition of myself. Oh, it was quite clear. I was all over London, and of course I had travelled into the provinces. My reputation as a photographic model was a great fact. 3 days after this pleasant discovery, I met the atrocious Baster in Regent Street. The moment he stopped, I knew my fate. He looked at me with a theatrically melancholic air, carefully got up for the occasion, and said, "Mowbray, my boy, I have been longing to tell you how confoundedly sorry I am." "Sorry for what?" replied I, savagely. "Oh, don't be regardless of the eternal friendship of Baster, whose soul was grieved within him when constrained to believe that Mowbray was hard up." "Confusion take you! What are you driving at?" "Ah, there it is again. Won't confide in Baster, who, when he knew of the miserable contingency, groaned in the miserable torture of his manly heart." "I tell you what it is, Baster," said I, in wrathy tones. "Oh, what? Angry with Baster? But do tell me, does the photographer stand sandwiches and bottled beer as an elegant refection in the middle of the day? And when do you begin, and what are the hours? I know what you're after, Baster, but it's a rascally plot. Don't venture to say you believe me to resort to such a means of obtaining a livelihood." And I looked defiant. "My dear fellow, I am far from wishing to offend such a chosen spirit of my heart as Mowbray. But be frank with Baster. Do, there's a good fellow. Baster wants to know all about it. Baster has been extravagant lately, and is very likely to go in for the same sort of thing. Who knows?" "You are pretending not to understand me. I tell you it's a vile trick." "Well then, commend me to the photographic body for excellent faculties of inventive appropriation. Of course, Baster never doubts Mowbray's word." "I feel very much inclined to attack your faithful Baster. I see you do. I notice the eye as dangerous. Oh, the ingratitude of humanity. I shall be off, for I will not be instrumental in making you the victim of a lifelong remorse." "You're an ass, Baster." "There, he's calling me names. And what for, I should like to know? I merely utter the words of friendship, Baster's friendship, and I am called names. You insane clown! But there, you are to be pitied." "Kind of Mowbray. But now I really wish to know whether that sirloin is a verity or only a beautifully painted wooden myth. And the turkey, is it a gastronomic bird or only an economic substitute? And the piano and the cornet, are they real or dummy? And Oh, one word more. Is it true that you are engaged to one of the professional young ladies? I ask from a deep feeling of interest. 10 shillings a day between you, not so bad. That's £3 a week, and Mowbray. But I would not stand any more of it. So, calling him a confounded fool, rushed off in a very irate state of mind. Fine chance for such a mountebanker's basta. Pleasant to be at his mercy. The storm thickened around me from day to day. At an evening party I was assailed by inquiries highly calculated to contribute to my enjoyment. Young ladies had seen me and wanted to hear all about it. I have no doubt the wretch Basta gloried in spreading my discomfiture. In fact, I know it was one of his grand resorts. Then I had letters from friends in the country, confirming my preconceived notions of provincial celebrity. Altogether, I am in a pretty mess. Will you tell me what I am to do? I have threatened the wholesale establishment with legal proceedings. I have even employed the detective police to find out the author of this nefarious scheme, but he is still wanted. To be sure, I have so far frightened some of the craft that they have promised to keep me out of sight. But how will this avail, even supposing that in some instances the promise is adhered to? I can't watch the entire British kingdom. I have had some vague notions of buying up all my horrors, but I don't, on reflection, see how that could be managed. Sometimes I think I will employ an agent to travel about continually and attack all he can see, from John O'Groats to the Land's End. Then, again, I decide upon making a personal tour of inspection, but I cannot discover anything positively remedial. The mischief seems to be done. It is an abominable hydra. I told you at starting that I had a grievance, and now you know what it is. I beg to ask, what do you think of it? What am I to do? There appears to me only one remedy in the present, and one hope in the future. I must either lose a grand individuality by shaving off my whiskers at once, or I must, in patience, wait for the time when my stereoscopic renown shall be forgotten in the advance of age. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Wonderful London, its lights and shadows of humour and sadness. Author unknown. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Outsiders of society and their homes in London. Whenever I looked up from my newspaper, I met the eye of a middle-aged gentleman who was sitting in the same box. A box, I should mention, in the coffee-room of an old-fashioned hotel in London, which is partitioned off in primitive style. I say gentleman advisedly, for the stranger had every apparent claim to be so called. For the rest, there was little to distinguish him from the crowd of well-dressed and well-mannered persons whom one meets about in public places. He might be a clergyman, or a lawyer, or a doctor, though I should doubt his being an active member of either profession. He gave you the idea of a man retired from any pursuit in which he might have been engaged, and to be occupied rather in killing time than inviting time to kill him. He had a healthy, happy-looking face, bearing no traces of hard work or deep thought, and his hair was only partially grey. He had a mild eye and a mild voice, and a mild manner. I noticed the two latter qualities through his intercourse with the waiter, and was so suave in his ways as to be polite even to the port that he was drinking after an early dinner. He handled his decanter in a caressing manner, such as he might adopt towards a favourite niece, and took up his wine-glass as gently as if it were a child. Whenever I met his eye, I noticed that it gave me a kind of recognizing look, which, however, was not sustained, for before he had thoroughly attracted my attention, he always returned to the illustrated journal before him, as if suddenly determined to master some abstruse subject with a great deal of solution in the way of woodcuts. His communicative appearance made me think that I had met him before, but it did not occur to me where, so I took no further notice. Presently he spoke, but he only said, "I beg your pardon, sir." There was nothing to beg my pardon about, so I begged his, not to be outdone in gratuitous courtesy. Then he begged mine again, adding, "I thought you made a remark. I did not quite hear." "No," I said, "I had not made any remark." Then we both bowed and smiled, and resumed our reading, the stranger with some little confusion, I thought. After a time he made a remark himself. "I should not have intruded," said he, "but I thought I had met you before." I am not one of those persons who think that every stranger who addresses them in a public room means to pick their pockets, but I have a proper prejudice against being bored, and in any case I had no resource but to answer as I did, to the effect that I could not recall the when and the where. "Were you ever in Vancouver's Island?" the stranger asked. In the cause of truth, I was obliged to declare a negative. "Then it could not have been there," said he musingly, "but," he added, "you might have known Colonel Jacko, a relation of mine, who was governor of the island. You remind me of him. That is why I ask." I did not quite see the connection between knowing a man and bearing a personal resemblance to him, but in disavowing any acquaintance with Colonel Jacko, I did so with all courtesy. "You have been probably in New Zealand?" pursued the stranger, warming apparently into considerable interest in the question involved. "If so, you must have known Major General Mango, who commanded there in 18 I was obliged to confess my ignorance of the unfortunate colony in question, and of the distinguished officer alluded to. "I merely ask," continued the stranger with a desponding air, "as he was a relation of mine." I had nothing to do with his relatives, any more than himself, but his manner was so gentle that I could not think it intentionally obtrusive, so I acknowledged the receipt of the information as pleasantly as possible. "If you had been in India," he pursued, taking it for granted apparently that I was no traveller, "you would probably have met one of my sons. One is in the civil, the other in the military service. Both fine fellows. The elder was political agent at Tuluapatam at the time when the Rajah was so aggressive, and it was through his influence that His Highness was induced to remit the Abkari duties and give up his claim to the contested Jagiris. The other was through the mutinies and was wounded both at Delhi and Lucknow. Curious coincidence, was it not?" I admitted that his sons seemed to have done the state some service, and remarked upon the coincidence as one of those mysterious dispensations of Providence for which it is impossible to account. And that was all I could do towards the conversation, which dropped at this point. Presently the stranger took his hat, with an undecided but ultimately effectual movement. Then he called the waiter and had a little conversation with that functionary about the port, which he said was not quite the same that he used to have in the year 1835. I strongly suspect, by the way, that he was right in this supposition, as the wine he had been drinking belonged probably to the celebrated vintage of 1869. At last he made a movement to depart, and ultimately did depart, but only after a great deal of delay, and even when in actual motion across the room, he looked back more than once, as if expecting somebody to ask him to remain. When the waiter came to clear away the abandoned decanter and glass, I asked him if he knew the gentleman who had just gone out. "Yes, sir," was the reply. "We have known the gentleman for some years, though he does not come very often. He lives by himself somewhere in town, and has no relations except some who are abroad. He says he has no friends, too, as he has lost a great deal of money, and cannot keep the society he did. He doesn't seem to know anybody who comes here, though he talks to some now and then, as he has to you." I was sorry not to have heard this before, that I might have treated the stranger with a little more attention, for this glimpse I had of him, and the few hints given me by the waiter, were sufficient to assure me that he belonged to a class who are more, perhaps, to be pitied than the merely poor, that he is in the world but is not of it, and has a residence but is without a home, that he is in fact an outsider of society. People engaged in active pursuits, whether in spending or making money, are not likely to be troubled by deprivations of the kind referred to. They live among their peers, with whom they have interests in common. They are as important to others as others are important to them. They are in the stream of pleasure or business, as the case may be. There is no danger that they will be forgotten. Their doors are besieged by visitors, drawn by diverse attractions, so that it is necessary to make a vigorous classification of the latter, not only of the usual social character, but distinguishing those who come to oblige the master of the house from those who come to oblige themselves. Their tables are covered with cards and letters, prospectuses, tradesmen's circulars, begging petitions, newspapers they have never ordered, and books that it is thought they may possibly want. Their vote and interest is always being requested for deserving individuals, and their subscriptions for equally deserving institutions. Chance of being forgotten, indeed. So long as they can be made useful, there is as much chance of the Bank of England being forgotten. Such men may be alone sometimes, in one sense of the term. That is to say, their relations may be scattered or dead, but that is of very little practical moment in their case. They can always find people prepared to be second fathers or brothers to them, and even second mothers and sisters, it may be. They can always marry, too, and then a home establishes itself as a matter of course. But there are, who shall say how many, people living in London who live almost alone, who have no society except of a casual and what may be called an anonymous kind, and whose homes are merely places where they may obtain shelter and rest. I am not here alluding to the class who are social and domestic outlaws because they are positively poor. There is no anomaly in this condition of life. It is a natural consequence of having no money. The people I mean have mostly money enough for themselves, but not sufficient to make them important to others, and obtain for them consideration in the world. Sometimes their positions have changed, sometimes things have changed around them, and left their positions as they were, the result being much the same. It may be that they are seeking to make a little more money by such employments as agencies, secretaryships, and so forth, employments the most difficult of all to get, as any man of moderate education and abilities can do the duties. But most frequently they are content to vegetate upon what they have, and to concentrate themselves upon the attainment of companionship and home. When one of the active men whom I have mentioned goes away from home, the post office establishment is ruthlessly disturbed by mandates for the readdressing and forwarding of letters. The migration of one of our passive friends makes no difference to anybody, except it be an occasional communication from a relation in a distant colony, sent to the care of an agent. He has no letters to trouble him, and if he did not occasionally make a show of existence by asserting himself in pen and ink, he might perish out of the memory of man. To such people, the advertising columns of the newspapers must possess peculiar interest, for a large number of the announcements seem expressly intended to meet their requirements, while on the other hand an equal number of the specified wants seem to come from their class. Homes for special purposes appear to be plentiful enough. You cannot take up a newspaper without having your attention called to a dozen or two. Apart from the Home for Lost and Starving Dogs, which is an establishment not applying, except by sympathy, to any class of my readers, we have such charities as the Convalescent Home, established by the wife of our ex-premier. In the next column we are sure to be reminded of the Home for Little Boys, in addition to which has been appropriately projected a Home for Little Girls, not the less desirable object of the two. An individual speculator has also established what he rather invidiously calls an epileptic home for the sons of gentlemen, there being, it is to be presumed, genteel as well as vulgar forms of the malady in question. Educational homes for youth of both sexes abound in newspaper announcements. They may afford very good opportunities for the intended purpose, but I should prefer placing my trust in establishments which are candidly called schools. Not long since, I saw an advertisement in a morning paper which ran, as nearly as I can remember, in these terms: "A clergyman in a popular parish by the seaside offers an educational home to a few little boys of good principles, the sons of gentlemen. Apply," and so on. Now, without desiring to be harsh to the advertiser, I must take leave to say that the above contains several important errors in taste. It would have been just as well, and a great deal better, perhaps, had the clergyman refrained from mentioning the popularity of his parish, however much the description might be deserved. His specification of little boys of good principles suggests a slur upon little boys in general, which does not come well from an educator of youth, and one would think that he would be more usefully engaged in taking in hand little boys of bad principles, if any such exist. But the inference next suggested is even less creditable to the reverend advertiser. It is of no use, it seems, for little boys to have good principles, as far as he is concerned, unless they be the sons of gentlemen. This is sad. But the mention of homes of a special character, of which there are many more in London than have been enumerated, is only incidental to my present purpose. I especially allude to lonely people who seek society, and to which society, in a certain limited degree, seems continually offering to sell itself. And among lonely people, as far as homes are concerned, must be included persons engaged in the city, or engaged during the day, who are frequently appealed to by advertisers. The number of persons, idle or occupied, who want homes seems to be equalled only by the number of persons who are prepared to offer them with very small pecuniary temptation. I have always thought that a great deal of self-sacrifice must be necessary in the case of the family of a dancing master, who for years past has been advertising his lessons with the addition that the Mrs. X will officiate as partners. The Mrs. X must surely be tired by this time of dancing with people who drop them directly they are able to dance. But it must be still more sad to take into your family any chance stranger who may seem sufficiently respectable, board him and lodge him, and promise to be cheerful and musical for his amusement. But offers of this kind are plentiful enough, and they would not be made were there not a fair supply of people to embrace them. Looking back at only one daily paper for only a week or 10 days may be found a host of advertisements of both classes, and I will first allude to a few of these among the wants. Here is a specimen. Home wanted by a respectable elderly lady, rather invalid, not helpless, in a sociable family. Meals with it understood. Children objectionable. Large bedroom, not top. Facing east or south, indispensable. Aspect important. 40 guineas. Must be west of Holborn. Other localities useless. Letters. And so on. It would be difficult to determine the exact state of this respectable elderly lady's health from the above description, there being rather a long range between the affirmative and the suggestions offered by the negative statement. But even though she be in a high state of agility, the conditions are surely rather complex, and there must be families in which 40 guineas a year go a great way if she has any chance of gratifying her wishes. Another elderly lady is more explicit, if not quite grammatical. She describes herself as an invalid from rheumatism, and her desire is to board with a genteel, cheerful family. Here again there must be no children. She prefers the neighbourhood of St. John's Wood, near the park, or an equal distance from the West End. Letters must be prepaid. The following looks like a case in which society is an object. Board and residence wanted by a widow lady and a young lady, and partial board for a young gentleman, within 3 miles north of London, near a station. Children objected to. Note, poor children. End note. 3 bedrooms, indispensable. Preference given to a musical family, where there is a daughter who would be companionable. Terms, it is added, must be moderate. The following has not a pleasant sound. Wanted, a comfortable home for a female aged 70 years, where there are no children. Note children again, end note. She must be treated with great firmness. 12 shillings will be paid weekly for board, lodging and washing. Surrey side preferred. And so on. It is evident that the above offer has not been made by the person for whom the accommodation is sought, but such requirements, including even the great firmness, doubtless get supplied. One of the numerous advertisers who provides homes for invalid ladies offers, I observe, to give reference to the relatives of a lady lately deceased, who lived in the house for 7 years. Here is a home of remarkable character. It is described as situated in a favourable suburb on the Metropolitan Railway, replete with every beauty and convenience, the details being specially enumerated, and besides the railway, omnibuses pass the door to all parts of town. The advertiser, it is added, would prefer 1 or 2 city gentlemen of convivial disposition, and to such liberal terms would be offered. The advertiser has evidently an abstract love for city gentlemen of convivial disposition, since he is prepared to share his home with any 1 or 2 of them, and if a city gentleman of convivial disposition could make a vast wilderness dear, which it is very possible he could do, one can fancy what a paradise he would make of this Cashmere at Shepherd's Bush. It is not quite clear, indeed, that the advertiser is not prepared to pay, instead of being paid by, the charming society he seeks, since he says that to such liberal terms will be offered. It must be a very delightful thing to be a city gentleman of convivial disposition, with the feeling of having unknown friends, which has been said to resemble our ideas of the existence of angels. Another proffered home is described as having, in addition to all domestic comforts, 2 pianos with young and musical society. This may be very pleasant, but I should feel some misgivings at the prospect of making one of a young and musical society let loose upon 2 pianos at the same time. There are different opinions, too, even about the best music, under different conditions. The Irish soldier who was singing the Last Rose of Summer, perhaps from the bottom of his heart, but certainly at the top of his voice, was told by his English comrade to hold his noise. "And he calls Mora's melodies a noise," said the musical enthusiast, disgusted at the want of taste exhibited by the cold-blooded Saxon. A cheerful state of existence is suggested by another advertisement of a home. Partial board is offered to a gentleman by a cheerful, musical, private family. Early breakfast, meat tea, dinner on Sundays, gas, piano, croquet. Terms, £1 1 shilling per week. Right, and so on. The board must be partial indeed if that melancholy meal known as meat tea enters into the arrangement. A meat tea would in any case mean that you were expected to go without your dinner, since if you had dined you would not want meat with your bohea. But there is no disguise about the matter here, for you are frankly told that there will be dinner, as distinguished from a meat tea, on Sundays. It is a monstrous, unnatural idea, and the family must be very cheerful, very musical, and very private, I should think, to reconcile most men to such a state of things. Perhaps the piano and the croquet are intended as a set-off, by suggesting female society of an accomplished kind, and of course there are some girls for whom some men will submit to meat teas, but I have my own opinion as to the chances of either one or the other. Here is an advertisement of a home couched in popular terms. It would be a pity to interfere with the writer's style, so I give it in full, with the omission, of course, of the address. A lady, having a larger house than she requires, is desirous of increasing her circle by receiving a few gentlemen, who are engaged during the day, as boarders. The society is cheerful and musical. To foreigners anxious to acquire elegant English, this is a good opportunity. As for the lady having a larger house than she requires, one can fancy that to be the case, if she has room for several gentlemen. But how is it that so many persons get into larger houses than they require, and are therefore impelled to offer similar accommodation? It must be confessed, too, that the opportunity for foreigners to acquire elegant English is not very apparent. Are the candidates for residence examined in elegant English before they are admitted into the family? As for the cheerfulness and the music, those are of course matters of taste. Among other homes which we find offered in the same paper is one with a curious recommendation attached. It has just been vacated, we are told, by a young gentleman who has successfully passed his examination. If the same advantage can be secured to the incoming tenant, the accommodation would be decidedly cheap for the modest sum of 13 shillings a week, which is all that is asked. But we are not told what is the nature of the examination. For the army, the civil service, a degree, or what? Perhaps it is only in the elegant English intended to qualify the tenant for the higher social sphere of the lady with the partially superfluous house. Invalid or mentally afflicted persons are always in great request among advertisers. Several applications are before me now. One of these comes from a medical man residing in a large and well-furnished house in one of the healthiest and most convenient out districts of London, who wishes to receive any patient, mentally or otherwise afflicted, as a resident, boarding or separate arrangement as desired, a married couple or two sisters, or friends, not objected to. The contingency of companions in misfortune is a good idea. Our medical friend is evidently a far-sighted man. Then we find the wife of a medical man who is willing to take charge of an afflicted, not insane, lady, gentleman, or child, to whom she offers a comfortable home with experienced care. A similar offer is made by the occupant of a farmhouse, but these do not draw the line at insanity, but declare that they have had the care of an insane patient for many years, and can be highly recommended in consequence. Some people, indeed, are so fond of taking care of insane patients that they would not have a sane one if you made them a present of him. An illustration of this curious taste came under my notice not long since. A very deserving man called to see a patron of his who had procured him a post of the kind, which he had held for several months. "I am very glad to see you, John," was the greeting, "and hope you are getting on in your employment." "Ah, that indeed I am, sir," was the answer. "Thanks to you, I am most comfortably provided for. In fact, I was never so happy in my life." "How did I get these two black eyes, sir?" "Oh, he gave them to me yesterday morning." "Oh yes, I shall always be grateful. I never was so happy in my life." It must be admitted that the majority of the homes which people offer one another through the medium of the papers are not exposed to contingencies of this kind, but the said people must surely run the risk of finding themselves ill assorted in no ordinary degree. It is not to be supposed, indeed, that utter strangers would go and live together without some strong inducements, and these inducements are generally money on the one side and society on the other. The people who want the money, through having larger houses than they require, or other causes, of which any number may be found with great facility, are less to be pitied than the people who want the society, for the latter must be dismally reduced in this respect before they can be brought to take it on chance. In a cheerful family musically inclined, part of the compact, of course, is that the incomer shall be cheerful, if not musical and companionable at any rate. The requisition sounds awful, but it is one to which hundreds of harmless persons in this metropolis submit rather than be left alone. Many, of course, are induced by considerations of economy, and of those still more unfortunate than the ordinary class are those of the more helpless, who do not accept a home upon independent terms, but obtain it either gratuitously or for some very small payment upon condition of being useful or helping to make things pleasant. Of these there are large numbers, to judge by the advertisements, and I suspect that they are rather worse off than those who go out regularly as governesses and companions, for the latter have at least a chance of lighting upon rich and generous patrons. And here I may mention that a great deal of nonsense is written about governesses, more perhaps than about most other things. Their trade is a bad one, no doubt, because the market is overstocked, but that is no fault of the employers, who cannot be expected to fill their houses with young ladies of varying tastes and tempers on account of their presumably superior education and intelligence. Nor is it to be taken for granted that every governess is of the superior kind, and all the people who engage their services vulgar wretches who delight in inflicting mortification upon their betters. Who has not heard of families of the best breeding and refinement being tortured beyond all endurance by governesses of conspicuous inability to teach, who have let their pupils run wild, and concentrated their attention upon the men of the house, and whose insolent and overbearing ways have made the work of getting rid of them one of no common difficulty? Our novelists have not given us many illustrations of this side of the picture, but you may depend upon it that Becky Sharps are at least as plentiful as Jane Eyres in real life. A favourite resort of the homeless are boarding houses. Of these establishments there are hundreds in London, from those devoted to the entertainment of minor city clerks, rigorously engaged during the day, to those in which, one is almost led to suppose, nobody under the rank of a baronet is received, and even then not without a reference as to respectability on the part of a peer. But most of these houses have one or two features in common. There is always a large admixture of people who go there for the sake of society, and of this number a considerable proportion is sure to consist of widows or spinsters of extremely marriageable tendencies. The result is that, unless the residents be very numerous, individual freedom is lost, and instead of living an independent life, as at an hotel, the members of a circle find themselves surrounded by such amenities as may be supposed to belong to a rather large and singularly disunited family. A great many marriages, however, are made in these establishments, and it is not on record that they turn out otherwise than well. It must be admitted, too, that men go there to find wives, as well as women to find husbands, so that the arrangement thus far is fair on both sides. But I have been informed by men who are not among the latter number that it is found difficult sometimes to get the fact generally understood. The consequent mistakes, of course, lead to confusion, and the result is the occasional retirement of determined bachelors into more private life. There are homes in London where there is not much mention of marriage, except as a reminiscence, and few of their members had the chance even of this melancholy enjoyment. I allude to houses in which, through the exertions principally of benevolent ladies, other ladies, who would probably be equally benevolent were they not less fortunate, have a residence assigned to them upon advantageous terms. That is to say, they live in an establishment where all their wants are supplied upon the payment, by themselves or their friends, of a small contribution towards the necessary outlay, the remainder being covered by subscriptions of a strictly private character. The recipients of this assistance are all gentlewomen, as is necessary to the state of social equality in which they live, and their admittance is obtained by favour of the benevolent ladies in question. These ladies are influenced, I suppose, by the introductions brought by the candidates, and considerations of their previous position, which has in every case been a great deal superior to their present position, as may be supposed. The said homes are very few in number. As far as I know, they have no connection with one another, and they are entirely private in their arrangements. The neighbours may happen to know that a certain house in which they find so many ladies living together is not a boarding house in the ordinary acceptation of the term, but there is nothing to proclaim the fact, and the inmates live in an apparent state of independence equal to that of anybody about them. And they live as contented, I believe, as can be in the case of persons who are not of such social importance as they were, and who have plenty of leisure to talk over the fact. They are all gentlewomen, as I have said, and upon terms of social equality, but it may be supposed that there are differences between them, as there are between people generally in society. You may depend upon it that the lady who is related to an earl is of opinion that she is a preferable object of consideration to the lady who is related only to a baronet, while the claims of the other ladies to their several degrees of precedence are not unadjusted for want of accurate investigation. A few, very likely, give themselves airs upon this score, while some pride themselves upon their beauty when young. None of the ladies are quite young now, and others establish a superiority upon account of their mental gifts. All this imparts a pleasant variety to the conversation, which would otherwise be in danger of falling into monotony. Such, at least, I suppose to be the case, for I am dealing in generalities, and cannot claim to a knowledge of any one in particular of these ladies' homes. For the rest, the occupants are said to pass an easy, agreeable life, more especially those who are not without friends whom they can go to visit, in which case they are free to have as much amusement as if they lived in houses of their own. I said something about boarding houses just now. A great many of the homeless who have not tried these establishments, or having tried them are unwilling to renew the experiment, live in furnished lodgings. On the continent they would probably put up at hotels, but hotels in this country are not adapted for modest requirements, and furnished lodgings take a place which they have not yet learned to occupy. The mode of life is anomalous. It is neither public nor private. You may be independent in an hotel. You may be independent in your own house. In lodgings, you can be independent by no possibility. If you spend rather more money than you would either in an hotel or your own house, you obtain comfort and attention. But the object of most persons who take lodgings is to be rather economical than otherwise, so that the reservation is of very little avail. Lodgings are of two classes, those that profess to be so, and those that solemnly declare they are not. The former are decidedly preferable, apart from the immorality of encouraging a sham. In the former case, if you occupy, say as a bachelor, only a couple of rooms in town, and the rest of the house is let to other people, you will obtain but precarious attendance from the solitary servant, and the chances are that you will never be able to get a decently cooked meal. The food that they waste in such places, by their barbarous mode of dealing with it, is sad to think upon. Your only resource is to live out of doors as much as possible, and consider your rooms only as a refuge, the logical consequence of which is that it is best to abandon them altogether. But you are better placed, even under these conditions, than if you go to a house in one of the suburbs, a pretty villa-looking place, knowing nothing about it beyond the information offered by the bill in the window. A not very clean servant opens the door, and does not impress you favourably at first glance. You are hesitating, under some discouragement, when the mistress of the house, presenting in her decorated exterior a considerable contrast to the servant, appears upon the scene, and reproves the domestic sternly for her neglected appearance, sends her away to restore it, and meantime proceeds to transact business upon her own account. You ask her if she lets apartments. She gives a reproving look and says no, ignoring the announcement made by the bill. You mention that you knocked in consequence of seeing that intimation in the window, upon which the lady says, "Oh, is it up? I was not aware. The fact is, I wish to receive a gentleman to occupy part of the house, as it is too large for us." The old story. "And my husband being a great deal out, I find it rather lonely, but my husband is very proud, and objects to having strange company." You remark that you need not have applied in that case, and will go elsewhere. This brings the lady to the point. "Oh, I did not mean to say that you could not have any apartments here. I intend to have my own way in that matter." This is said in a playful, fluttery manner, with a running laugh. "If you will step in, I will show you the accommodation we have. All I meant to say was that we are not accustomed to let lodgings." Rather amused than annoyed, you submit to be shown the rooms. They are pretty rooms, light and cheerful and ornamental to a fault, and the garden at the back is alone a relief from the pent-up place you have been occupying in town. So, after a few preliminary negotiations, conducted on the lady's side in the same playful manner, you agree to take the place, say for 3 months. The lady is evidently pleased at your decision, and avails herself of the opportunity for renewing her assurance that the house is not a lodging house, and that you may expect all the comforts of domestic life. "There are no other lodgers," she adds. Then, as if suddenly recollecting, she corrects herself. "That is to say, there is a commercial gentleman who is a great deal away, sleeping here for a night or two, a friend of my husband's, and, yes, let me see, a medical gentleman, to whom we have allowed the partial use of a bedroom, to oblige a neighbour, just for the present, but I do not count either of them as lodgers." A commercial gentleman, sleeping for a night or two, while he is a great deal away, does not seem an ordinary lodger, at any rate, and from the distinction drawn in the case of the medical gentleman, who is only allowed the partial use of a bedroom, you're inclined to think that he is permitted to lie down, but not to go to sleep. However, you make no objection to these anomalies, and take possession of your new abode. There never was such an imposture, as you find out only next day. The bagman and the medical student, as those gentlemen must be described, if the naked truth be respected, turn out to be regular lodgers, and as thorough nuisances as a couple of noisy men addicted to late hours and exaggerated conviviality can well be. And the woman never mentioned a discharged policeman, her father, I believe, to whom she affords a temporary asylum in the kitchen, in return for intermittent attentions, in the way of blacking boots and cleaning knives, when he happens to be sober. For the rest, there is nobody in the house who can cook even such a simple matter as a mutton chop without spoiling it, and there seems to be everybody in the house who is determined that your private stores shall not be allowed to spoil for want of eating and drinking. Nothing is safe from the enemy, who combine their forces against you, and they take care that you shall have no protection, for not a lock which can give shelter to any portable article will act after you have been 2 days in the house. As for your personal effects, they are in equal danger. The average amount of loss in wearing apparel is 1 shirt and 2 handkerchiefs a week, and miscellaneous articles are sure to go if they are in the least degree pretty or curious. And the coolest part of the proceeding is that the mildest complaint on your part brings down a storm upon your devoted head, such as you could not have expected from the playful and fluttering person who had given you such pleasant assurances when you took the rooms. She claims to be a Caesar's wife in point of immunity from suspicion, and asserts the same privilege for everybody in the house. "No gentleman was ever robbed here," she says, and she plainly hints that no gentleman would say he was, even though he said the fact. This is no exaggerated picture of many suburban lodgings to which outsiders of society are led to resort for want of better accommodation. and a large number of persons who are not outsiders in the sense in which I have employed the term, but who are simply not settled in the metropolis, are exposed to a similar fate. For those who are prepared for an ordeal of another nature, the cheerful family, musically inclined, offers, one would think, a far preferable alternative. But it is not everybody who is prepared to have society thrust upon him, either in this quiet domestic way, or in a large boarding house, and there ought to be a better provision than there is for the floating mass of casual residents in London. In Paris, not only are there hotels suited to the requirements of all classes of persons, but the maisons meublées are places where they may live almost as independently as in their own houses. In London, the only realization of the luxury, short of an entire house, is in what we call chambers, and a man's chambers are most certainly his castle, whatever his house may be. That the want is being appreciated is evident from the rapid extension of the chambers system in the way of the independent suites of rooms known as flats. But the flats, as now provided in Victoria Street and elsewhere, cost as much as entire houses, while the latest additions, the Belgrave and Grosvenor mansions, are even more costly and beyond the reach of the classes to whom I have been referring. The latter would be deeply grateful for accommodation of the kind on a more moderate scale, and the investment of capital in such an object could not fail to be profitable. Besides the desolate people into whose sorrows I have entered, there are in London, it must be remembered, many hundreds of outsiders of society of a different kind, who are outsiders only from that conventional society in which it takes so much money to move, and who ought to command greater comfort than they do, while they are working their way in professional pursuits. For those actually in want of companionship, I suppose they will always incline to the hotel, or the boarding house, or the cheerful family, musically inclined. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. The London Rough. It was at one of our largest lunatic asylums, and the occasion was the annual Treat and Liberty Day, an indulgence peculiar to the modern system of managing madness, and one which is regarded as triumphant evidence of its efficacy. There had, during the day, been sports and pastimes, at which a large number of the visitors freely assisted in the spacious grounds, mixing with the patients as they pleased. In the evening, the male lunatics were provided with a liberal supper in the great dining hall, and to the number of about 250, under the unostentatious guardianship of about a score of warders, sat down in a jovial company to beef and pudding. The ordinary visitors were not admitted to this part of the entertainment, but by favour of the authorities the writer was, and in the midst of the banquet found himself, attended only by the doctor, threading the narrow paths between the supper tables. It is, to be hoped, no evidence of an exceptionally timid nature if, under such circumstances, a man's heart quickened somewhat in its action, as the possibilities of the position suddenly occurred to him. Here were 250 adults, strong and muscular, and, as regarded the majority, in the prime of life, not one of them, in the eyes of the law, accountable for his actions, and each armed with a knife and a pronged fork. To do them justice, their behaviour was as decorous as though no taint of lunacy affected them. But what might have happened? An accidental jostling of an elbow, a foot inadvertently trodden on, two men snatching at the same piece of bread, any untoward event to kindle a spark of anger, and amongst such a collection of combustible material, the conflagration would spread like wildfire. The appalling idea made one regard with terrible interest the vigorous and uncompromising way in which they attacked the meat and impaled the potatoes. I afterwards mentioned my qualms to my medical friend. He listened with a smile of confidence. "There is no danger," said he. "Two of them might perhaps fall out and fight, but the others would not join in. A main safeguard here is that the nature of the malady of madness itself provides unconquerable suspicion and distrust one of another, and the deeply rooted anxiety that possesses all but raving madmen to cunningly cultivate the good opinion of the authorities, with a view to more speedily regaining their liberty. It is a beneficent provision of nature that it is not only madmen who are checked in their inclination to work mischief on their fellow creatures by mistrust and suspicion. It is a fact, undeniable as it is startling, that there exists in our midst, free and at large, a community exceeding in numbers the inmates of every lunatic asylum in the kingdom, and infinitely more to be dreaded if they were put on their villainous mettle than the proverbial bedlam broke loose. The savage class in question comprises the roughs who infest every one of the hundreds of shady slums and blind alleys that, despite metropolitan improvements, still disgrace the great city. We held up our hands in speechless horror and indignation at the time when the scum and dregs of humanity, which clung to the bedraggled skirts of communism, committed such frightful ravages in Paris. But it is as certain as that night succeeds day that we have lurking in our undercurrents a horde of ruffianism fully equal to similar feats of carnage, plunder, and incendiarism, should occasion serve. We are utterly mistaken when we imagine that it is the overawing influence of our police that prevents these monsters of the deep from rising and showing their ugly heads boldly above the surface, or that as a body they recognize the hopelessness of ever rebelling against the authority of the law. It is because the cowardly nature of the rough shrinks from individual responsibility. He is conscious that he would feel no compunction in consideration of a trifle of blood money bestowed on him in turning traitor on his closest intimates, and he is not such a fool as to look for more honourable treatment at their hands. He may appear a skulking, lazy brute, willing to forego bread and almost beer, rather than withdraw his dirty fists from his trouser pockets and exert himself over a job of work, but he will be able to exhibit a giant's strength and an ape's activity should the happy day ever arrive when mischief may be safely wrought under cover of a mob, and there is profitable smashing and destruction to be done. He is alert for the opportunity. Wherever there is a crowd, no matter its origin, a Hyde Park meeting, convened by the saviours of society, a great fire, a Lord Mayor's show, there, for a certainty, will be found a numerous band of scouts of the rough's main army, content for the time with such amusement as may be derived from the pursuit of common blackguardism, but ripe for more serious business, and ready at a moment's notice to give the office to the battalions in waiting. How the rough contrives to exist from his youthful prime until his hair is grey is a mystery. Even were he inclined, just by way of a moral experiment, to earn his bread by the sweat of his brow, he would scarcely know how to set about it. He has no trade he can obtain employment at. His father before him was a rough, and at a very early age kicked him and his brothers out to assist their hard-working and sorely bruised mother in supplying him with funds for his beer-shop enjoyments. But this does not prove either an everlasting or a trustworthy source of income. The budding rough is not an individual likely long to submit to paternal tyranny. The example of Papa is not lost on him. He knows that it is all a question of muscular power, and a fair knowledge of the proper way to hit out straight from the shoulder. Having carefully considered the matter, and arrived at the conclusion that he at length feels equal to punching his father's bullet head, and, if need be, knocking him down with a poker, and effectively jumping upon him, He, one day, instead of going to work, appears he has been saving up for the purpose, molted of his rags, and clad in rough array. He wears about his throat, tight bound as a hospital bandage, a dirty white wisp of cotton cloth. His cap is of the pudding basin pattern, and fits close to his cranium, and his feet are enclosed in a substantial pair of kicking boots. He firmly addresses his father, and gives him to understand that he has now had enough of his gruel, and that it is his intention henceforth to go on his own hook, and that if his esteemed progenitor sees, or fancies he sees, any just cause or impediment, he had best step outside and make good his objection. Occasionally it may happen that Father Rough, made furious by his child's rebellion, will on the spot give the latter battle, and perchance, by victory, secure at least another 6 months' fealty from his presumptuous offspring, but thus only putting off the evil day, and promoting bad blood, and it is more likely that, after some display of emotion and a few reproaches, he meekly caves in, and they shake hands on it. But now, having obtained his emancipation, how is the young man to live? Work he will not. To beg he is not ashamed, but he is not a dog of the begging breed. He can bully and worry, and do deeds of daring in the dark, but he cannot whine. He cannot make a practice of whining, that is to say. Should he be so unfortunate as to be brought before a magistrate, or, worse still, should he find himself about to be triced up for a dose of cat-o'-nine-tails, why, then, naturally enough, a man's bold spirit is cowed, and he cannot help it if his craven teeth chatter in his jaws, and his face blanches ghastly white, and his heart is so in his mouth that he can scarcely gasp intelligibly. "Oh dear, good, kind gentlemen, don't, for the sake of my poor old mother, gentlemen, oh, do undo me." But in his ordinary walk of life, as he himself would express it, whining is not his game. His game is to play the scowling, threatening brute, and to daunt the strong by exhibitions of savage cruelty on the weak and helpless. It is not easy to understand that by making this, and none other, the business of his life, he is enabled to keep in fair condition his sleek and well-nurtured carcass. But so it appears, and doubtless there are ways of working with such weapons, unknown to any but the initiated. The Rough is not an habitual thief. He is every bit as inclined to dishonesty as one, and can no more resist a promising opportunity of possessing himself of his neighbour's goods than a cat can forego a chance of stealing fish. It is horror of hard work that keeps him from becoming a professional pickpocket or a filcher from shop tills. He, of course, has been in trouble more than once, and the most penitent thief that ever emerged from Coldbath Fields or Holloway never took more solely to heart than did the Rough the harrowing hardships of the treadmill. No more Holloway jail for him for paltry picking and stealing. If he goes to prison, it shall be for something worthwhile. He is neither rash nor foolhardy. Burglary or barefaced plunder is not in his line. He prefers a slyer kind of business. For instance, to dog the steps of some feeble old lady or gentleman after nightfall until some secluded spot is reached, brutally assault the victim from behind, and kick him to a state of insensibility as he lies on the ground, and so secure an easy booty, with no fear of identification afterwards. End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Lodgers in the suburbs. Away from the rich heart of the city, beyond the miles upon miles of busy, well-filled shops, beyond the acres upon acres covered with luxurious mansions, far out on the woody borders of the great town, where town acquires a sterile country aspect, and country retaliates by putting on the squalid look of town, resigned in a dreary, hopeless way to its defeat in the battle with bricks and mortar. Does Todman Terrace or Pitman Place stretch its monstrous length of obtrusively genteel tenements? Its lath and plaster complexion promises the honourable profession of architects an early opportunity of exercising its skill anew upon the same site. The doorsteps are ghastly white, the bell handles defyingly bright, and the muslin curtains of the parlour windows suggest in their folds a general idea of drifted snow. Too often on exploring the inside, the outside and front are found to have monopolised more than their proportion of the fluid devoted to household lustration, without needing to glance at the little white ticket which here and there lurks modestly in the corner of a window pane. The experienced eye does not fail to perceive that it has arrived at one of the headquarters of lodgers in the suburbs. The worthy couples, or as it is in many cases, the lone females, who rent and furnish these tenements, however much they differ in other points, have almost invariably one feature in common. They all belong to the numerous family of those who have had losses, failures in trade, victims of extravagant families or designing friends, of unforeseen and inevitable reverses. One way or other, they are downcomes who have barely succeeded in rescuing the small stock of upholstery which furnishes the 2 small parlours and half-dozen ditto bedrooms from the wreck when their worldly possessions went by the board. With this as stock in trade, they have entered upon a new line, which consists in taking in and doing for, not necessarily in the invidious sense, a number of individuals whose small means or precarious position forbid their establishing independent homes of their own. These comprise poor artists, singers, musicians, authors, who, in the days when Grub Street was in existence, would have been found in that classic locality, teachers, clerks, and single females without friends and with very small annuities. Such constitute what may be called the stationary population. But there is, further, a shifting population of persons who stay a week, fortnight, or month, seldom longer, and then depart, and the neighbourhood knows them no more. These are the lodgers in the suburbs, of whom it is my more immediate purpose to speak. They are generally persons who have a difficulty, whom convenience or a desire to weather out some troublesome phase in their existence, away from the eyes of their world, brings into temporary seclusion. A couple, of whom the husband has a cause on in one of the courts at Westminster, come up from the country, timid of townspeople, and thoroughly uncomfortable in its ways, stay a fortnight or 3 weeks, and then depart, bustling and jubilant if the decision has been in their favour, or subdued and moodily revolving consequences under a reverse. Or it is a bankrupt who daily betakes himself to the neighbourhood of Basinghall Street to pore over those hopeless volumes which, balance one side against the other as often as he may, yield but one invariable result: ruin, ruin, ruin. By and by he has his final hearing, and departs to his family, sore in heart and wounded in self-respect by remarks he has had to listen to from opposing counsel, with his certificate, maybe, still 3, 6, or 12 months in the distance. Now and then, but more rarely than the foregoing, the newcomer appears to be a man who is wanted by the police. That fact may be guessed by the persistency with which he keeps his room during the day, going abroad only after dark, and then never without a furtive glance around, on leaving and returning, to see if he is watched. His apprehensions effectually prevent his becoming one of the stationary population. Sometimes it is a couple of whom it is no breach of charity to conclude that the female has a protector without the legal claim to the title, a runaway wife, or the travelling companion of an absconding husband. Such are samples of the temporary tenants whom the back parlours and upper floor bedrooms of a neighbourhood of suburban lodgers hold in hiding. Generally they come and depart without attracting observation, except from their landladies, whom experience teaches to keep a sharp eye on the one carpet bag which ordinarily constitutes the luggage, especially at that period when the week's lodging money becomes due. They go and carry their mystery with them to some other neighbourhood, but occasionally an incident comes to light which manifestly forms one link in an undeveloped romance, and supplies a subject for a few days' gossiping conjecture. 2 or 3 experiences of one house may stand for all. Some few years have passed since a Mr. Johnson or Jones, one name will do as well as the other, since it is a remarkable fact connected with this class of lodgers in the suburbs, that they invariably belong to one or other of those families whose appellatives can scarcely be held distinctions. A Mr. Johnson engaged a room, and entered on possession with the customary stock of luggage, the one carpet bag. The new arrival was a well-dressed, slim young man of perhaps 2 or 3 and 20, and, as his habits soon showed, of very shy and retiring disposition. He seldom left the house, and when casually met on the stairs, or seen in his room by the servant in attendance, invariably wore his hat, a broad-brimmed wide-awake, pulled low down over his face. He was abstemious, and gave but little trouble in errands to the public house, in which particular he was a marked exception to the general run of lodgers in the suburbs. For nearly a month the quiet lodger earned his landlady's praises for his little trouble-giving habits, when suddenly, one evening towards dusk, she was summoned to his room to receive the rent due to the end of the unexpired week, bidden good-bye, and Mr. Johnson was gone. His mode of departure was too consonant with the ordinary habits of the class to have excited much observation, but for what followed. Early on the morning following Mr. Johnson's departure, a well-dressed man of middle age, accompanied by a police sergeant, came to the house, and made such inquiries as identified the object of them with the departed lodger. From remarks that escaped them, it appeared that Mr. Johnson was Mrs. Blank, the name did not transpire, a young lady of respectable position who, having been forced into a marriage against her will, seized the opportunity afforded by some bustle in the course of the bridal festivities to disappear from the scene, and leave bridegroom, friends, and wedding guests to as hopeless a search as did the bride in the mistletoe bough. From that day the luckless husband obtained no clue to the runaway till the one which brought him hither in search of her, just too late. How the object of the search got information of the intended visit, or whether she merely obeyed one of those instinctive impulses which sometimes enable us to evade unseen danger, were mysteries the neighbourhood never solved. Equally in the dark is it as to whether the husband succeeded in overtaking the fugitive, or Mr. Johnson still occupies lodgings in the suburbs. Even the proverbial indifference of London lodgers to their fellow occupants under the same roof was not proof against an accession which came in the person of a lad of 12 or 13, who engaged a bedroom and soon settled down into the desultory habits of lodgers without occupation. He was evidently not town-bred, and his diffidence and want of self-possession equally told that he had not been long from the country. An indefinable scared look indicated the runaway, but whether from friends or from justice, his countenance afforded no clue. About a fortnight had passed, when one morning a man, who from his appearance might have been a tradesman in a country town, accompanied by a widow of some 40 years of age, came to the door. After a lengthened conference with the landlady, the party was shown, unannounced, into the room in the boy lodger's occupation. An alarmed exclamation of "Mother!" followed by sobs from the female, was all that was heard ere the door was closed upon them. More than an hour went over, when the landlady was summoned to have her claims discharged, and the two visitors left, taking the lad with them. Whatever had been the delinquency, there was forgiveness and restoration in the aspect of the group as they bore off, shamefaced yet relieved, the youngest of our lodgers in the suburbs. Sometimes the mode of disappearance suggests suspicions of a dark fate having overtaken the missing party, whose unclaimed personal effects remain the sole evidence of a mystery never to be unravelled on this side of time. In the 5th or 6th week of his tenancy disappeared a young man of gentlemanly demeanour who had engaged the best accommodation available in the house. He had no lack of means, at least nothing about him betrayed that painful anxiety in pecuniary matters which is characteristic of the class generally, nor did he avoid publicity, or seem to dread pursuit. Yet he was restless in all his movements, starting at trifles, and seemingly passed whole nights without rest. A physician might have detected symptoms of brain fever in all this, while one more learned in the human heart might have read evidence of a subtler disease. It was almost a relief to those under the same roof to learn that Mr. Blank had been absent some days, although he had left no intimation, nor taken any portion of his apparel with him. After a lapse of 3 months, his portmanteau was opened. No address was found in it, nothing to afford a clue to his history, except a correspondence in a female hand, but without place, date, or signature. It showed the writer to have run through all the phases of coquetry. She had been devoted, cool, utterly careless of the feelings of her victim, even to the declaration of her preference for another. Besides this heartless record, there was a miniature of a fair-haired, blue-eyed girl, and a tress of that fair hair tied with blue ribbon. That was the sole clue to the fate of the missing man that ever turned up. Perhaps the dark undercurrent of the Thames, where it eddies round the piers of some of the bridges, might have revealed something more. But the reader may consider this a sufficient specimen of the ragged fringe to the party-coloured mantle of London society. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Wonderful London, its lights and shadows of humour and sadness. Author unknown. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. The Londoner's Spring. Spring has 3 phases, namely the country, the town, and Thomson's seasons. Of the first of these phases it is not my present province to speak, inasmuch as our allegiance is due to London and not to country society. Of the latter I do not think it worthwhile to speak, inasmuch as the seasons must either have been more changeable than was their wont, or the poet, quote, more fat than bard beseems, end quote, must have sadly misread them. Quote, oh, Jemmy Thompson, oh, end quote. I never yet saw the sower stalk, white with measured step, and liberal throw the grain into the faithful bosom of the ground, after the sun had rolled from Aries and been received by the bright bull. Neither should I be disposed to trust myself to the rosy couch, as long as epidermis is penetrable and roses wear thorns. Our present theme is spring as it presents itself to the Londoner, to him who, immured in the smoky recesses of this overgrown metropolis, sees church spires and factory chimneys instead of trees, inhales thick fog and murky smoke instead of the sweet perfume of flowers, for whom the backyard stands in lieu of a garden, an aquarium takes the place of a lake, a fern case that of a forest, and the only landscape is a fine and extensive view of incompatible chimney pots. Yet, for the Londoner himself, cut off from nature as he seems to be, spring has her benisons, even though she may maliciously entice him out of doors by warm sunbeams and soft breezes, and having seduced him to a convenient distance, drive him back again under a sudden storm of driving sleet and chilling blasts. Coy and capricious as a spoiled child, she never knows her mind for 2 consecutive hours, but flutters from heat to cold, from moisture to drought, from calm to hurricane, with a fickle mutability that we should sternly execrate at any other period of the year, but which we now cheerfully pardon because it is spring. London has its redeeming points in spite of its proverbial ugliness, and the love of beauty and nature that lies so deeply hidden in an Englishman's heart is sure to find some vent, even though cribbed, cabined and confined in stone, mortar and brick, too often in little but lath, mud and plaster. In the dullest and most squalid streets and courts, in the very gilt gardens of our metropolis, the latent Eden puts forth some few blossoms, affording tokens that even in the most degraded of mankind, the primal freshness of true humanity has not been wholly and irremediably crushed, and giving hopes that the same hand which, for some hidden purpose, has permitted layer upon layer of evil to accumulate for a time, and bury the soul under their deadly weight, may yet be pleased to remove them at the appointed season, and to permit the spirit to rise and expand and develop itself, and bloom at last in the soul spring of the skies. There is many a picciola in the moral prisons of London, and eternal are the lessons which it teaches. You may see the brutalized countenance of the confirmed street ruffian assume a milder expression as the sweet perfume of wallflower or mignonette makes its way to the gin-bemuddled and tobacco-bemused senses, and the rough, coarse, unsexed woman resumes for a time her lost womanhood as she bends over some poor flower in her window that, like her own moral being, is stunted and blackened by the foul atmosphere which surrounds it, but which yet shows promise of a brightness not utterly quenched, and a purity not hopelessly polluted. Throughout our London streets, sweet spring yet plants her airy footsteps, and, investing even the most prosaic affairs of life with poesy, leaves the traces of her dainty footsteps on the greengrocer's stall, heaped with blossom and verdure, and the echoes of her soft voice in the unmusical bellow of the leather-lunged costermonger, all a-growing, all a-blowing, as he urges his masses of many-coloured petals through the streets, leaving a glad sense of beauty as he passes, and trailing a torrent of mingled perfumes on his track. We may not be able to leave our bricks and mortar, and sally out to meet the spring in the country where she holds her court, but she benignantly pities our condition, and comes to meet us in town. There are few of the more important streets in London where a tree of some kind cannot be seen, and where the nature-loving character of the oft-despised Cockney does not assert itself ever and anon by the miniature gardens displayed in the windows, or even upon the very tops of the houses. Let me remark en passant that some of the most successful and accomplished gardeners in England, some of the profoundest naturalists, some of the keenest sportsmen, some of the most subtle brethren of the angle, are to be found among our unmitigated cockneys, men who in the city seem to have no soul above their ledgers, no aspirations higher than a percentage, but who, when they escape from their daily desks, throw off the sedate air of business, and show themselves in their true and lovable characters. Hark, hark, the lark at heaven's gate sings. We cannot wander out in the fields and see that bright songster leap exultingly into the free air, and spring up and up until his form is lost to sight, and only the far-off tide of song announces his presence. We cannot watch him descend with fluttering wings, his whole frame pulsating with the fervour of his melody, and his bright eye glittering as he nears his mate and young brood crouched in their lowly home. But we can, at all events, hear the cheering song, though the songster is, like ourselves, a prisoner, and instead of soaring free in the blue heavens, is forced to content himself with a patch of turf in place of a meadow, and a square of green bays instead of the sky. A sad fate for the poor bird, but bringing with it many blessed influences. I always have loved the lark and the primrose, but never so much as since they brought to a far-off land the thoughts of dear old England, and gladdened the souls of many a gentle exile, and softened the heart, and drew forth the tears of many a bearded man who had come across the sea to do stern battle with necessity in the new land, but still cherished a loving affection for the old land of his childhood. It is true that by the exigencies of our position we are not permitted to wander in the country and watch the merry birds on their nests, but it is no less true that we may do the very same thing without stirring from our window. Your London sparrow is a bird worth cultivating, and is quite as interesting a creature as any of the feathered race. He will build his house in the ivy, which in some London houses clings in dark masses to the walls, and displays mingled ingenuity and audacity in his proceedings. He will weave the nest so cleverly into the gnarled and hustled ivy stems that it is scarcely perceptible to one who is ignorant of its position, while at the same time he will coolly and deliberately fix upon a spot within reach of your arm, and there pitch his annual tent. If you are very kind to him, he will receive many little attentions, and will even condescend to permit you to feed himself and family from your hand without taking the least offence. Should no convenient shelter be at hand, it is easy enough to make one for him. A few bits of deal board and some rudely constructed boxes are all he asks, unless you choose to indulge in the luxury of a few penny birds' nests, and will save him the trouble of collecting materials. Even if no convenient spot be close at hand, it is always possible to find one at a little distance, and a double opera glass affords a simple and successful means of watching his proceedings. Look for his nest under the projecting eaves, in the angles of waterspouts, in the little nooks between roofs and chimneys, where a few straggling particles of hay will generally indicate the presence of a nest. He is a hardy bird enough, but likes his ease, and sometimes contrives to stuff such a wonderful mass of materials into the nook which he selects for a home, that it becomes a matter of wonder how he finds room for himself and family. He is an old friend of mine, and I hope to say something about him on another occasion. We are not without our visitors from the insect world to tell us that spring is here. Now and then the herald of the spring makes his appearance, his tabard of cloth of gold flashing in the sunshine, simple, plain, and adorned with but a pair of crimson circlets that serve to show off the pale golden hue of his dress to the best advantage. Entomologists call him the sulphur butterfly, but he is nevertheless the harbinger of spring, the earliest and the hardiest of his race. Closely following on his track come the more brilliantly decorated tortoiseshell butterflies, with their gules and sable or azure blazonry. The beautiful earwigs, too, with their wide gauzy wings and their little square wing cases, and the handy pair of forceps at their tail, for the packing and folding thereof, are now to be seen. Do not quarrel, O non-entomological reader, with the word beautiful as applied to an earwig. I grant that it can run very fast on 6 legs, a locomotive feat which seems to fill some persons with unutterable terrors, that it can eat the young petals of the pink and a variety of flowers, and therefore ought to be erased from existence by all florists, that it can pinch rather sharply with its tail calipers, and that it is fond of crawling into empty lobster claws and inverted flower pots. But despite all of these drawbacks, I reassert that the earwig is a truly beautiful insect, its ample ear-shaped wings covered with exquisite tracery, and glittering with opalescent tints of soft carmine, topaz, ultramarine, violet, and purple, as the light falls upon their quivering surfaces. Even the tiny square shields under which the hood wings are packed are delicately and elegantly sculptured, and there are few prettier sights than to see an earwig alight, furl its wings, gathering them into folds like those of a sail just looped to the yard, and then turn its tail over its back, daintily take the wings in its forceps, fold them as regularly as a linen draper refolding a handkerchief, and then tuck them away under their respective shields. Perhaps a stray bee may come humming along, having perchance lost its way homewards as it sped from Hampstead Heath to its home in the city, and been beguiled by the tempting blossoms of an urban garden, for bees have lived and thriven and made honey within the very heart of the city, and though they had to fly to Hampstead Heath for every morsel of food, and were obliged to repeat the journey several times daily, they managed their housekeeping in a regular and most praiseworthy manner. Some reader may ask how the bees were distinguished upon the furze blossoms of Hampstead. One bee is much like another, and though a shepherd knows each of his flock by the face, no one, except Baron Munchausen, has succeeded in extending the same recognition to bees. They were, however, easily distinguished from all other bees, because their owner first dusted them with ruddle, a kind of coarse rouge with which the backs of sheep, and not the human skin, are painted, and then posted off to Hampstead Heath, where he found his red bees quietly buzzing about among the fragrant blossoms. As to wasps, we seldom find those yellow-bellied marauders in London during the spring. If they should be seen, let them be immolated in the name of all the grocers, for they are the future mothers of the next generation, the queens of a nation as yet unborn. Spring is perhaps more apparent in the vegetable than in the animal kingdom, and whether within or without the house, proclaims her presence by the silent annunciations of the leaf and the flower. Shut out from nature as we are on every side, we have yet a resource in the parks, those wonderful lungs of London, which we hardly seem to appreciate according to their deserts, just as a perfectly healthy man fails to estimate at its true value the sound condition of the lungs that supply his frame with fresh vigour at every inhalation. Nor are even the pseudo-gardens of the squares without their importance. From millions of leafy mouths the trees pour forth the life-giving oxygen for the use of man and beast. Through the same absorbent mouths they drink in the effete atmospheres which are so hurtful to animated beings, but to them are the very necessities of existence. The green grass still flourishes in their iron-enclosed pleasure grounds, though trodden bare in many a patch by the tread of merry infant feet, and though all may not pass through those jealously guarded gates, all may view their beauties from without, and the fresh green of the trees, the varied hues of the flowers and herbage, and the gusty fragrance of the flowers are blessings common to all who choose to seek them. But the parks are, in a sort of way, the country brought into London, so vast in extent that even the murky vapours of surrounding dwellings cannot hinder the trees from flourishing, nor the flowers from blooming, in those wide prairies, as they were happily called by a continental visitor, wherein flocks of sheep wander as in the wild wastes of the rolling downs. Reader that possesseth the gift of wealth and the still greater privilege of feminine friendship, order your horses betimes in the morning, and away to the parks while the frost still glitters brightly on the grass blades, and every branch is covered with the inimitable, though perishable, jewellery of nature. Never mind the groom's remark that the frozen ground will hurt the horse's hoofs. Grooms do not like early hours better than many of their superiors, and we all know how the health of a horse depends on the temper of its groom or coachman. Moreover, the horses ought to think their hoofs well bestowed in giving health and spirits to their fair riders. There are some few who are wise enough to prize their morning ride, and regret a wet day for nothing so much as that it deprives them of their wonted exercise. Try it just for a day or two, and see what a luxury it really is. There is no one in the way. You can walk, trot, or race, as suiteth you best. Your blood warms and your spirits rise with the rapid rush through the air, and you have acquired a blithe vitality which does not desert you for the rest of the day, and makes you heartily pity those who have only stepped lazily from a warm chamber to a warmer breakfast room. See how joyous are our friends at their morning ride, how the bright eyes sparkle with a blither gleam, how the rich colour mantles in the cheeks, and the parted lips glow with that winsome archness which seems the peculiar property of an English girlhood. Even paterfamilias, gruff and surly as he looks, is as happy as any of the young people, only he has his own way of showing it, the good old British scowling face, and the good old British heart beneath, and they all know it. Those girls can turn him round their tiny fingers at their own sweet will. He may growl and grumble, as it is the privilege of every free-born Briton, but he cannot deceive them for an instant. The old fable of Hercules and Omphale is enacted each day of our lives, and chains of roses ever prove more binding than gyves of steel. You cannot be too early abroad, even though you prevent the sun, and watch his earliest beams gild the tree-tops with their pure radiance. You seem to have passed into a new world, and hardly recognise the well-known London of the previous day. The rushing rattle of carriages, the crushing sound of innumerable feet, the distant roar of a crowded city, are all hushed, and you hear little but the songs of the birds offering their greetings to the sun. The atmosphere is bright and clear, and the distant buildings stand out sharp and defined, like a street scene in Venice. Then, as the sun slowly ascends his heavenward path, the cool, transparent shadows die away, and are replaced by deep, dark shades, in bold contrast with the brilliant lights flung by the ever-increasing beams. Under their potent influence, the hoary encrustment of the branches fades away, and is replaced by millions of flashing gems that look like diamonds strung on every bough, and ever woven into wondrous tissues as the dewdrops cluster on the gossamer threads, or mark the outlines of the more complex garden spider's web. Enjoy the scene while you can, for it is all too short, and it is, moreover, such a spectacle as never meets the eye in any other place or at any other time. We all know how gorgeous was the array of the Nepalese ambassadors, how diamonds and rubies and emeralds encrusted their dress, their limbs, and even their faces. We have seen the glittering array of the world's jewellery in the exhibition, now passed into history. But neither on these oriental legates, nor in all the combined étalage of all the jewellers of Europe and Asia can be shown so glorious a spectacle as is exhibited daily and free of cost to those who will take the trouble to go and look at it. Sow a meadow broadcast with diamonds, edge each grass blade with brilliants, festoon the branches with diamond pendants, and even then you shall fall short of the gorgeous display which each morning is spread before the eye. The dewdrop surpasses the diamond in flashing lustre. I suppose that I might be thought guilty of a pun if I said that it was superior in water, and I have often walked backwards and forwards like a sentinel before a single dewdrop, simply to enjoy the marvellous hues of living colours that gleamed from its crystalline depths. Whether wealthy or poor, whether the proud possessor of prancing steeds or forced to trust to the natural means of locomotion, visit the parks at early morning, for there is no such time again in the day for observation, for freshness, and for enjoyment. Belonging partly to the metropolitan and partly to the rural character, the parks are valuable as exhibiting instances of wildness and cultivation, and the trees of the forest and the wild flowers of the field contrast beautifully with the rarer but not more beautiful trees, shrubs and plants brought from a foreign soil. There is, for example, the pretty merserium, with its blossoms of bright scarlet, pale pink or delicate white, the pyrus japonica, with its brilliant little bunches of flowers, contrasting with the sober laurel and the dark-leaved holly. The pretty ribes hangs out its clusters of carmine flowerets amid the soft green leafage, and even the queen of flowers finds a representative in the pinky petals of the China rose. The trees are budding fast into their varied foliage, and nearly all have put on their first suit of living greenery, which lasts for so short a time, and so soon deepens into the more solid but less pleasing tints of full development. But the oak is a laggard, and for many a day yet will refuse to put forth its leaves, much to the disgust of the vigilant schoolboy, who is always on the watch towards King Charles's day to arm himself with some oak, though it be but half a leaf, and in the strength of that talisman to have the double satisfaction of punching the head or pulling the hair of an oakless boy without being subject to retaliation, or pushing a bunch of nettles into his hand and avoiding the same penalty himself. Well do I remember the shifts to which we were put at a school where oak trees were scarce, and the northern climate rendered them late in leafing. How we used to rush out at the moment that the feminine Cerberus opened the door. How we clambered up the few oak trees of the neighbourhood and fought for the scanty crop of leaves, and how, after an unsuccessful foray, I once contrived to evade the impending penalties by cutting a few leaves of elm into the semblance of the real article, and wearing them proudly in my hat. The blue periwinkle trails its fertile runners over the banks, dotted here and there with its pretty azure flowers. The purple violets bloom fragrantly in the shade, while the bold daffodil lifts her head and flaunts her yellow ribbons in the face of mankind, and here and there the modest dielytra swings her graceful arch of fairy bells, gleaming with crystalline translucency against their foil of rich green leafage. So let us not repine, even though spring finds us in London and not in the country. It is the wisest plan to make the best of everything and preserve a perpetual spring in the heart, and we may congratulate ourselves that there is life and nature and beauty even in a Londoner's spring. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This Librivox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Yearsley. London life and country life. Great London, heavy, lumbering city, much abused and vilified, yet with a beauty and a grandeur of thine own. The grandeur, for one thing, of stupendous vastness and absorbing, unpausing work. A huge mass of men and buildings, one immense ant-hill that, so to speak, time disturbs as each morning dawns, with the inserted handle of his scythe. Then all the still surface of things swarms with excited life. Then all the streets and avenues grow dark with swarming myriads, hurrying this way and that, so that if you could look down upon the city from a point, and with an eye that could at once take in the whole, would you not grow dizzy and bewildered, watching the long living streams turning and winding, and passing and repassing in all directions? And when you had separated the component elements, and arrived at some idea of the plan of the movements of the maze of men, would not the analogy of the ant-hill strike you still more forcibly? London Bridge. How often have I tenderly stepped over this in miniature, pacing the gravel path of my own garden. There they were, the busy black streams, passing and repassing on a worn path of their own making, a momentary pause at meeting a friend or an obstruction, and then steadily and persistently on again, carrying or seeking some grist for the mill. Just, it seems to me, like London Bridge at some 9 in the morning, or some 5 in the evening. There the black ants pass and repass, hesitate and press on, the coming line and the going line, in a perpetual flow and return. Only, properly to realise it, one ought to adopt the new balloon traffic, and look down upon it all. Meanwhile, to be among them, and to be a part of the busy life, this has its strangeness and its charm. A strangeness, that is to say, and a charm for the occasional visitor, for him to whose lot does not fall the depressing, at any rate the over-familiarising, daily routine of plodding along the streets of London. The man for whom London is an everyday sight misses all, or most, of the charm which it has to the rare visitor, just as the keen enjoyment of lovely country falls to the share not of the denizen, but of the stranger. The life in London becomes, to the man tied down to it, a monotonous machine life. The vast numbers and the occupied faces are all matter of course to him. Probably he hardly looks at them, or sees them if he does. His eyes are merely useful in enabling him to keep out of people's way, and to cross the locked streets. Nay, even with this they have little to do. It all becomes, soon, a sort of instinct with him. And truly, he who has never lived in London, as I have done, and so yet preserved the instinct, is amazed to see those perplexed streets traversed with no hesitation, with no excitement, with a mechanical self-preservation, but with little real regard of the maze of wheels. For this seasoned London man, there is no enjoyment, such as I now find, of the great exhibition always provided along the London streets. Do not I remember how I used, in my London days, to exhaust the different wares arranged along my daily line of road? How stale, flat, and unprofitable their well-conned arrangements grew to my eye. Every book on the stall, or in the grander shop, each was a familiar acquaintance to me, whether those that week after week in clean cloth garb, red or green or purple, stood labelled "Just Out," or those filling the whole other side of the shop, books that required pounds, not shillings, for their desired possession, ranks of history, theology, poetry, fiction, best editions, all in smooth, delicious calf binding, but for all their tempting beauty, soon, as to their titles and appearance, learnt by heart, and never seeming to vary in order and arrangement. Every stick of sealing wax in the stationers' windows was exactly catalogued in the mind. It was quite a relief when the day came round for a new Punch, or for the fresh numbers of the periodicals. Quite a feast when the shops dressed themselves in lace and silver for St. Valentine's Day. Those strung bunches of pale grapes, and the little matting baskets of figs, the many-fingered but uninviting bananas, or the heaping shilling lots of black-eaved mushrooms, the big peaches and smooth pears in the background, the little flushed-cheeked American apples, the Maltese blood oranges and their babies, the tangerine, loose as a dog in their skin, the rough Seville, the huge shaddock, the pale lemon, perhaps a plate of earliest strawberries, and a bundle or two of first asparagus, or rhubarb, or sea kale. Why should I stop to contemplate a picture so well known by heart? Then those ormolu inkstands, and bears and owls and turquoise-dotted candlesticks, and book slides and choice clocks and spill stands. How the old patterns lasted on, and if some Christmas air wafted a new pattern or two to relieve the eye, a day or two sufficed to exhaust their novelty. And how different, after all, was even this most favourable condition of circumstances from the present privilege of coming upon a whole shop full of treasures, new, or as good as new, after a long absence. The peopled streets and the glittering wares, what an attraction they have for us country folk, fresh from our quiet lanes, our general shop, grocery this side, corduroys on that. A long day in London. Oh, I start with so much shopping to do, and after all find so little done. Such magnificent intentions and such inadequate results. Herein our whole life might well run parallel with that London day. Again and again have I to return to the great city before Oxford Street, Paternoster Row, Lowther Arcade, and so on, have been visited, and the commission fairly checked off the slip of paper to which I anxiously refer. To the occasional visitant there is, perhaps, hardly a greater treat than a long day in the London streets, a day of looking at shops, and, still better, of shopping, especially of foraging after little nattinesses and elegancies for Christmas time. But London life is surely, of all, the most wearisome and depressing to the regular businessman, the man who has to go to London every day. He gets into a morbid condition before very long, a condition in which body and spirit alike cry out for change and rest. He hates the hurried breakfast and the start out into the road, muffled with the deep dust of summer or ringing with the iron frost of Christmas-tide. He hates the groan and scroop of the train as it draws up at the platform. He gets to hate the regular faces and too familiar forms of the men that always go by that particular train. The shops, as I have said, are stale and uninteresting to him. The Echo boys and the vendors of Bryant and May's last novelty in cigar lights become to him an incubus excessive to be borne. The office is absolutely loathed by him at these times. The glaring gas globes in November days, the stifling heat in summer, the blank walls which bound the prospect from the tall staring windows, the rattle and rumble never ceasing outside. He gets to hate the lunches, the routine of work, the vulgar good humour of this, the bad jokes of that, the grumpiness of another clerk. The bald head and mild cold manner of the principal make him feel almost homicidal in his unwholesome condition of body and mind. He goes home moody and miserable to wife and child, and casts a damp over their glad welcome. He is cross about the dinner, which is sure to be over-punctual or behind the time. He snubs the servants. He morosely dozes away the evening. He hardly cares to go to bed, because it will be time for him to turn out before he is half rested. The man wants change from the overpowering burden of constant London life. Going up to London every day is a weariness to the flesh, undoubtedly, after a spell of 9 or 10 months of it. The long room at the Custom House, the green curtained compartments at Coutts or the Atlas, the labyrinths of the Treasury. He detests the very look of them, the number of steps, the swing of the doors, the dull, complacent look of the officials. Have not I also felt this weariness and hatred of London, this longing after country life? Yes, though never tied to an office in that vast city, though indeed espoused to the gentle arts during my life in London, that walk from Kensington to the Royal Academy, the parks, the shops, the barracks, the red and white omnibuses, the grinding barrel organs, or the walk across Kensington Gardens under the chestnut trees, among which sometimes a blackbird fluted, or a thrush called, or a cuckoo monotoned, over the mosaic of rose-stained, saffron-stained white, near the round pond, when the chestnut bloom had fallen, on to the dull precincts of Westbourne Terrace, where I shared a studio with a friend. Do I not now remember the morbid repulsion which grew up in my mind against the very scenery of my daily repeated drama? Then the way in which I perfectly writhed under the cries and melodies of those quiet streets, I should have hailed the rattle of the Strand traffic as a relief. Country life, with what an unreal charm this appeared clad to my mind, as, weary in brain and body, I paced, late at night, the glaring London streets, whether dark above and wet with a shower, and shimmering in long light paths before my step, or dry and warm and over-canopied with a grey, misty blue, glittering with broad moon and large, mist-magnified stars. Then it was that I hated the artist life, the ignoble mechanism required to produce great works, whereas poetry could spring, goddess-like, full-armed, to perfection. I hated the taut canvases, which I only bought to spoil. I hated the mercenary models and the unrefined class of men, it seemed to me, with whom in my art life I was thrown. I hated anatomy, perspective, and, above all, the heated, gaslit rooms in which the skeleton gibbered and the antique models sprawled and stretched. I am, you see, recalling the morbid view of these things and times. Trafalgar Square in the wet evenings, flashing and glimmering all across, and aslant with the hurrying passengers and the lumbering vehicles. Shops glaring in the distance. I knew their wares by heart. How well I can recall the dull, sinking depression with which I looked out upon it from the big, ugly windows, when I had gone out from the room, tired of the Jason or Silenus, tired of the glare, tired of the faces, tired of the caricatures, I felt them to be, which we were all making of the model, longing for massed wooded hills against lines of now rose and now violet mountains, longing for green lanes and cowslip meadows and wide silver streams and brown brawling brooks with trout lying here and there, and copses blue with hyacinth and starred with anemone, or perhaps pining after the monotonous lulling thud of the dull distant waves upon some silent shore, or their crisp crash as they bend and bow and back at the feet of the listless loiterer on the beach at eventide. Longing, for thus the yearning shaped itself, ever more and more after that quiet ivy-mantled tower and the calm and serenity of the country parson's life, music of brooks and song of birds, and laugh of the flowers through which he should step on his pleasant expeditions to visit the ruddy-cheeked, simple-minded cottagers, a different race from these gin-debased London vagrants. For so we dream, looking from the morbidly magnified distastes of our present lot to the often imaginary delights and unreal fascinations of some life after which we longingly yearn, but whose reality is a very different thing from the ideal of our dreaming. Ah, that quiet, serene life, with its calm pursuits, its leisure for reading, its even tenor, its graciousness and beauty, the life in the country curacy or vicarage, the ideal alike of occupation and of tranquillity. How strange to have for a long time possessed this coveted life, and to remember those old, wearied London yearnings, and to smile, contrasting the anxious, toiling reality with that old dream paradise. Dearer, far dearer than any other life, but surely more anxious than any other. Holidays, holy days indeed, but assuredly not days of leisure. Winter evenings anything but home evenings, cosy with the book by the fire. A patient, much enduring life, a continuous effort to force reform and improvement, bodily, social and spiritual, upon surly manners and suspicious minds. Work disliked and resisted while it is toward, perhaps acknowledged and valued when it is too late to unseam the furrowed brow and cheer the tired heart. Work that requires the highest motive to sustain its earnestness. Quote, "Your dull ass does not mend its pace with beating." End quote. And who is not entitled and, in his degree, able to harass the plodding parish priest? Episodically, let me quote here an admirable passage from an old number of Phrases, which may have its useful lesson for many a member of London and of other society in our day. Quote, "While talking about the work required of the priest, I must pause to protest against the begging which he is expected, and sometimes, as things now are, obliged to go through. It is not right, it is not fair. The priest is employed not only in kindling the spirit of liberality, but in dull, heavy, persistent application for money. He is required not only to provoke unto good works, but sometimes to beg, even like a dog, to whine and to trot about, to sit in the dotive presence uncomfortably, be patted or kicked and thankful. He must do as he is bid, get what he can, and wag his tail. It may be replied that this work is so burdensome and distressing as to make its performance a saintly virtue, and one, therefore, which the priest may undertake without blunting the edge of his devotion. Possibly. It has no secular charms and brings no worldly credit. The priest, however, promotes works which the public admits to be good by begging, and yet his request is often made an occasion for sneers and indignation. Do the censors who cry out against his perseverance think it is pleasant to him? In 9 cases out of 10 it is simply hateful, and yet what can the man do who finds himself short, say, of church and school room? He must beg. He must gulp down the defiant, selfish spirit in himself, which shrinks and kicks at the unjust charge that he is begging for his own benefit alone. His own benefit, forsooth! Can't Mr. Numbskull see that a church in the outlying hamlet, if it fulfil its purpose after the most ordinary sort, will make even his own hen-roost more secure? No, not he. It is all for the parson alone, and so he sulks and fingers his money in his breeches pocket, and either gives nothing or screws as much humiliation out of the beggar as he can for the smallest acceptable sum. Then the poor parson fishes beyond the limits of his own proper waters, pleads with strange generous men, sinks, maybe, to split cards and postage stamps, risking 100 contemptuous dismissals of the appeal over which he has toiled and prayed to the waste-basket of possible donors for one that yields a return. Is this fit and goodly work for a priest? And yet, how many a village has been blessed? How many a boor has been civilized? How many a rude and dirty imp has been washed and schooled? How many a slut has been made into a decent wife and mother by these means? End quote. This appears to be a digression, but it may be not uninteresting to the Board of Society, and not unuseful in its suggestions on behalf of those who so unwarrantably bore them, and it seems to show that every life has its dark and light, its rough and smooth, and that no life can satisfy if we are unhappy enough to have no higher aim than that of seeking tranquillity and enjoyment, and an easy seclusion. In caelo quies, but here toil is necessary and good. Quote, I built my soul a lordly pleasure house, wherein at ease for I to dwell. I said, O soul, make merry and carouse, dear soul, for all is well. End quote. But the riddle of the painful earth will come to perplex the serenest mind, and the cry of vanity arise at last from the fancied intellectual calm. How little, I fancy, is that exquisite poem, The Palace of Art, read, by how few its wonderful beauty appreciated. The soul, in a would-be selfish isolation, shut out from its kind, proposed to reign apart a quiet king, crying, quote, O godlike isolation which art mine, I can but count thee perfect gain. What time I watch the darkening droves of swine that range on yonder plain. In filthy sloughs they roll a prurient skin, they graze and wallow, breed and sleep, and oft some brainless devil enters in and drives them to the deep. End quote. But over this supreme contempt for human interests and human woes came at last the retributive desolation which must certainly overtake the spirit that denies the very end and conditions of its being, holding aloof in endeavour from sympathy, human and divine, trying to be as gods, that is, as the heathen gods, indifferent to the throes and anguishes, the questionings and the beliefs of human nature. Thus the cherished isolation became itself a terrible vengeance. Quote, a still salt pool, locked in with bars of sand, left on the shore, that hears all night the plunging seas draw backward from the land their moon-led waters white, shut up as in a crumbling tomb, girt round with blackness as a solid wall. Far off she seemed to hear the dully sound of human footsteps fall. End quote. The lesson, however, is gradually learned, and the spirit descends from its pride and selfishness and self-sufficiency to lowly offices and humility of service, perceiving, however, that the dream, here unrealizable, may be attained after the probation has been passed through and the lessons learned of simple childlike faith and obedience, and gentle loving serviceableness and service. Quote, so when 4 years were wholly finished, she threw her royal robes away. Make me a cottage in the vale, she said, where I may mourn and pray, yet pull not down my palace towers that are so lightly, beautifully built. Perchance I may return with others there, when I have purged my guilt. End quote. But what is the moral of this byplay of writing, and at what am I driving apropos of the subject from which I started? Even at this comforting truth for the hard-worked, intellectual London slave, who has tastes, cravings, higher, nobler, than can be satisfied with this mill-round of the money-getting life, at this consolation for the man who hates it and chafes against its restraints to quiet and the noble and the beautiful, namely, that to be a man among men, and to work with them and for them, and to rejoice with the rejoicing, and to weep with the mourners, and to throw one's self heartily and honestly into life's little petty humdrum duties, delights, sorrows, that this is the wholesomer and happier state than that of the refined, tranquil, unruffled, beauty-surrounded life that in our morbid hours we covet. In caelo quies, but that lies beyond this horizon. Honest, sweat-beaded toil, and faithful fellow service, these are the necessary conditions, as of healthy life, so of wholesome happiness here. We cannot exist, intellectual hermits, in a sort of retired silence, which soon would become hateful. We must plunge among our kind, and take our share of the discord and the concord, of the laughter and the tears, of the peace and the trouble, and thus our life will become healthy, and, maybe, useful and noble. A mixed programme, but upon the whole, the best within our reach, and if over-cautious or over-selfish, we could hold aloof from it all, well, we might not find ourselves the gainers, even in the enjoying of life. Quote, "Each life's unfulfilled, you see. It hangs still, patchy and scrappy. We have not sighed deep, laughed free, starved, feasted, despaired, been happy." End quote. So, our Londoner's life is, after all, very well and very right in its way. He has not everything. His life has its pros and cons. Still, upon the whole, perhaps he has no reason really to sigh after the more primitive state of things, which falls to the lot of us country folk. And he certainly is the gainer in enjoyment and appreciation of the scenery, which, to us, use has made over-familiar, or associations have poisoned. If London life be a pleasant change from the country, what must country life be as a change to the Londoner? For we cannot pretend to have that craving and even compulsion towards a London visit that does come over the city man, after a time, for the country, especially perhaps for the sea. The sea, and quiet, and rest, and solitude, we have not that sort of necessity which grows up in the heart for these. Towards the converse, pavement and noise and bustle and crowds. The country may to some become irksome, but London must, in time, to all become intolerable. Then the sighings and aspirations come. Quote, "Work, work, work, in the dull December light, and work, 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 when the weather is warm and bright, while underneath the eaves the brooding swallows cling, as if to show me their sunny backs and twit me with the spring. Oh, but to breathe the breath of the cowslip and primrose sweet, with the sky above my head and the grass beneath my feet." End quote. Other workers beside the poor seamstress can, in their degree, and do, share in this feeling. And then, who can compete in enjoyment with that of the released brain and eye, to whom everything in his tour is new? Quote, "Beauties he once had slighted as he passed, seemed all created since he travelled last." End quote. To be quiet, to be his own master, to feel leisure as a possession and not, as on short holidays, to feel it, even as he grasps it, oozing like sand through the fingers. To be able to sit alone a bit, if he likes, and not always compelled to be with others, whether inclined for company or not. All these are great delights to the freed city man. To be alone, yes, but only so much as that he may meet the wife's cheery, sympathetic smile by the effort of a few quick strides over the beach to the snug, clean lodgings. This voluntary loneliness is delicious sometimes. Quote, "How sweet, how passing sweet is solitude, but grant me still a friend in my retreat, whom I may whisper, solitude is sweet." End quote. To sit with a book and dream on the seashore, or, still better, to be setting upon the sketch block the bold crag, grey and weather-stained, with creaming wavelets coming from the still blue water, to break its lucid umber reflection. How delightful he finds this, expecting presently the crunch of feet on the pebbles, and the pleased glowing face bent over to see how much he has done. He grumbles, half out of humour with his picture, but inly hoping for some cheering verdict from her, and since she has not been intently studying the subtle and impossible beauties as he has done, commonly getting it. Alone. It is a sad word sometimes, but how enjoyable to him the dreamy quiet, with no fear of the "I say, old fellow," which he had got to hate, but which he will cheerily greet on his return. That homeless plunging sound and aspect of the sea helps out, I think, that pleasing sense of being alone which we can get nowhere else so completely. So when we pine for seclusion and quiet, our longings generally conjure up the sad sea waves and the wide and barren shore. Ruskin gives, in words which I wish I had by me to quote, the following recipe, so far as my memory serves, for the attainment of perfect solitude. Sit upon the seashore between two high boats, with the sea at your feet. On this side and on that, you are thus quite shut out from the world, and in front only a slip of clean grey beach, with a portion of the blue wide sea, cut off as in a picture, bounds your view. Far away it stretches from you, till it meets the skyline, and the lapping wavelets come murmuring in faint retreat and advance, gradually receding from your feet, or perhaps they plunge and fall with a heavier monotony, a monotone more still than silence, just as the distant ships or the plash of a boat passing for a minute across your narrow space of sight makes a loneliness more perfect than that of an always naked sea. You see them, and yet feel completely shut out from them in your secluded cell. Moreover, parties, laughing and talking, pass close beside you, all entirely unconscious of your presence, and there is a pleasant strangeness in this. And since your solitude is voluntary, self-imposed, and terminable at will, you hug yourself upon the seclusion of your hermit's hour, and pass in contemplation from your narrow strip of sea in front to your narrow strip of chalk cliff behind, and narrow carpet of beach beneath, and narrow roof of blue above. I had forgotten the bulging black walls on either side, but you do not find much in their tarred sides to attract your gaze, only they serve as the barriers which, for you, shut out the wide world. Certainly stone walls do not your prison make, nor iron bars your cage. Although, your mind being quite innocent and quiet, you are well content for a time to take that for a hermitage. The dull buffet upon the shore, followed by the long-drawn scream of the receding wave, turning over the pebbles, as it were, for something it cannot find. You have listened to this for an hour or more, until the monotonous thud has become fainter and muffled into a murmur in the distance, and the moon begins to brighten in the cooling sky, and rising from the half-drowsiness which has begun to come over you as your cheek grew cold in the warm air, you stretch your cramped legs and saunter home along the clover slopes, thick with white bells, glad to exchange your dreamy solitude for the society of your wife and bonny boy, and of a new loaf and spawnful lobster purchased for supper on your way home. So it is that there is much rest for the overcrowded, never-alone life, to be, or seem to be, quite shut out from our kind for a while, and to be alone for an hour or two, in a week or two, by the great sea. Those dark lines of men meeting rivers ever flowing along the Strand, London Bridge, Cheapside, where not. You know, and are complacent to know, that on this hot July day they are still flowing on without pause or break. That office, with its high stools and desks on stilts, and monotonous faces of the 6 or 12 or 50 clerks, all goes on the same as ever, no doubt. You like to fancy it, being out of the mess. There is none of the depressing routine of bustle, or of the depressing routine of quiet which you can well image in London. None of all this to vex and harass your soul now, as you sit by the mighty ocean and see it stretch away limitless before you, barred like a shield, with one silver or gold breath across it, argent or ore, according to the precedence of the moon or the sun, and in a great lull from mean fidgety noises and cares, and hot exhalations, multiplications and vexations, can take in the murmurs and scents of the infinite sea. And fresh from toiling London, you revel in the quiet hours of restful, almost languid loneliness in this grateful break in the long, ceaseless march of uniform business days. Plenty of hard work and a rest now and then. This seems the happiest condition for us here below. Curious, by the way, to read in an ancient description of the happy dead, they rest from their labours, and yet they rest not day nor night. Do you give up the puzzle and acknowledge yourself beaten by the seeming paradox? The key lies in the word labours. They have plenty of occupation, but no toil, no weariness, no labour. The curse of toil is removed, but certainly not to make way for the curse of entire inaction. How we love to use our powers of mind and body when we are well and in joyous tone and strong. Conceive these faculties developed in full vaster proportion than childhood into manhood, eternal vigour, majestic powers, untiring energy, unchecked aspirings, no clog, no hindrance, no fettering mortal body. This becomes spiritual, and in harmony with the quick and eager and untiring spirit, a helpmeet and not a burden. A tiring life now, a life which seeketh rest and findeth none. Which of us does not in turn find it so? Weary of seclusion and pining for the society of men, weary of the turmoil of the crowded city and choked markets. When we have this condition, pining after that. When we grow weary of this employment and surroundings, vainly dreaming that in this or that other state of life lies the rest, the sphere that we seek. But we dream indeed in vain. It is not, cannot be, attained here, the satisfaction for which our life is parched. In the nature of things it cannot be desirable, were it possible, that in this brief life, which melts away much like the snowflake on the river, a moment white, then gone forever, we should find any abiding city, here today and gone tomorrow. And where is continuance, and who shall greatly care or grieve for long, when our brief play is played out? Quote, "Yet," said the secret voice, "sometime, sooner or later, will grey prime make thy grass hoar with early rime." Not less swift souls that yearn for light, rapt after heaven's starry flight, would sweep the tracts of day and night. Not less the bee would range her cells, the furzy prickle via the dells, the foxglove cluster dappled bells. End quote. That is, in brief, that the world would not miss you long. Your nearest and dearest would learn wonderfully soon to do without you. Life, even in that little circle of which you are the keystone, would go on, or seem to go on, much as it did when you were there to superintend. Most, even sincere, love loses the white heat when taken away from the warm heart of the fire. Change and decay abound about us, weariness and unrest. We toss and turn and change our posture, but cannot cheat our woe. Country life grows irksome, and town life intolerable, and altogether we may collect that things are anomalous with us here, that there is a jar in the melody, a crack in the flute. It begins well, the music of life, well at first, and in a sweet harmony, but the sequence is soon lost, and the liquid flow is stopped by a jar, and the peal becomes a jangle, and life always disappoints sanguine hearts, and attempts lapse into failures, and hopes into despairs, and glow into chilliness, and love into indifference, and life into death, and we toil, and we toil, and we have our pauses in labour, but return to it, toiling on, and what adequate result for all the carefulness and the painfulness, the rising up early and going to bed late, and eating the bread of care? None at all, if this changeful world be the end, and after the unreal dissolving views, only the blank sheet awaits us at last. And so the world, of society especially, grows either callous or morbidly sentimental, the latter in youth, the former in the waning years. An old story, a sigh pent in the world's heart from nearly its earliest days, toil and turmoil for inadequate ends, an eager busyness, and then at last a pause of retrospect, and the sad summing up of the life's toil and fever and excitement. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity. A rude sketch, that is all, when you dispassionately contemplate the painful glad morning's work, not a line exact, nor a colour put right or left unblurred, life's work a gay-coloured bubble, painfully blown, reflecting 1,000 bright unrealities, broken and gone with even a light touch. Ah, one says, every man can be eloquent about the nothingness of time, but the application, let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die. That is one application. Let us sentimentalize and be sad in this fleeting world, and talk of the instability of human greatness, and the transitoriness of human affection. These are the only two applications the world knows. They shut out the recollection, and are merry, or they dwell on it, and are sad. Christian brethren, dwell on it, and be happy. This world is not yours, thank God it is not. It is dropping away from you like worn-out autumn leaves. But beneath it, hidden in it, there is another world lying as the flower lies in the bud. All you stand on, see and love, is but the husk of something better. Things are passing, our friends are dropping off from us, strength is giving way, our relish for earth is going, and the world no longer wears to our hearts the radiance that once it wore. We have the same sky above us, and the same scenes around us, but the freshness that our hearts extracted from everything in boyhood, and the glory that seemed to rest once on earth and life, have faded away forever. Sad and gloomy truths to the man who is going down to the grave with his life's work undone. But not sad to the faithful steward, to the man who contented himself with tasting of time, reserving the full banquets for eternity. Life, uneven at times, bitter in the rind, has a sweet kernel, even for him who thus considers it, and thus considering employs it. Meanwhile, even now and here, work, if at times wearisome, will have its acknowledgment, and endurance its reward, and country life will have its advantages, and town life allurements native to itself, and sometimes it will be a relief to make an exchange of either. But country life will always bear the palm for innocent quiet and primitive simplicity, and opportunity for leisure and contemplation. End of chapter 18.